Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the National Roller Coaster Day stream. It's the one stream like that one time a year I always have to do so I can nerd out about roller coasters and just give way too much information that you guys ever asked for, and suffer as I indulge in this somewhat niche passion of mine, and I get to have an outlet for it. It's great. Dartboard, I see you in chat. You have a first next to your name. And yeah, for those of you who are unaware, I am now a Twitch affiliate. I can now have subs on Twitch. I have bits enabled now, so yeah, great times, fun times. Time over here. Give me your money. And speaking of subs, I just got a shout out to a Carmine C Dinosaur who subscribed to me over on YouTube. I don't know if you're watching, but if you are, thank you again for the sub. Thank you for the sub over there, and hope you're okay with a somewhat sporadic upload schedule. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I'm first. I win. You do. Yes. You're the winner. You're the first. You first. Something to be proud of. And yes, we have been on that one. Velocicoaster is indeed epic. It is a very epic ride. One of the best out there for sure. Just thought it would be fitting for the theme of tonight more than anything. Today it's going to be a little different. So I did say over on Twitter that I might be playing some Parkitect later tonight. That's still a possibility. But the one thing I really want to do tonight is kind of go over some of the new recent roller coaster announcements for North America. Some of them have come out. Not every park has announced one, and I don't think every park who has an announcement has made theirs yet. But so this is just kind of going over what we know as of now, up until now, and give my thoughts about what I think about it, and whether or not I think it's a good fit for the park, and B, if it's something that's going to draw people to said park. And this will just kind of be stuff that I'll just be going off on, kind of on the fly. I've seen all the stuff that we're going to be talking about, but I haven't really talked about any of them really in depth, which is what we're going to be doing tonight here. So I actually have a little cheat sheet up here to let me know what it is we're actually going to be looking at. And you're also probably going to see this Dargo on mic screen a lot, because I'm going to be doing a lot of video searching and stuff, so do bear with me. I don't have this stream like completely 100% prepared. A lot of the stuff we're gonna do is gonna be kind of on the fly, but I'm looking forward to getting into it. Hope you guys are as well. Like I said, this is a rather niche passion of mine, but I love it to death, and I'll take any opportunity I can get to talk about it. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the music here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the first thing that we are going to be looking at here. And while I do that, how you guys doing? You guys doing well? Yeah? I hope so. It's been a week. It has been not a great week for me, unfortunately, but I'm still here, getting ready for a weekend. It's going to be a nice, relaxing weekend, time to wind down and forget that this week ever happened. So I'm looking forward to that, at least. All right, let me go ahead and no, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. That was just your imagination. That was just your imagination playing tricks on you. All right, let's yeah, that'd be fine. Okay. Now, while we do that, I also need to check on some stuff really, really quick, like here. Alrighty then. Now, unlike last time, I'm not in fursuit. Yay, I guess. So you're going to have to put up with Uggo Human me. Oh my gosh, Alex Human. Yes, it's a me. Hello everyone. I also have Sub and Bickles now over on the Wrong way. Oh my gosh, my stream is freezing. Crap. Uh, great start. You know, like right here, I have goals and stuff. It's great. I'm not sure what I'm going to do when I achieve those goals. What I'm probably going to do actually is do some yo-yo, because I know you guys like appear to like me doing yo-yo last stream if you were here for that. Anyways, I think we're just gonna go. We're ready to just kind of go on in here and get started with this. So this one, the first one that we're going to be looking at, is actually one I'm actually kind of looking forward to writing. This is Alpine Fury, and it is opening at Canada's Wonderland next year. Let's take a look. See. So we had a pretty quick trailer there, just letting you know exactly what it is to come. Alpine Fury is a Premier launch coaster. If you guys are familiar with Premier at all, and the coasters that they make, they are very famous, for their launch coasters. Now, if I hold on, I want to check. I want to go back to here really quick. I want to point out something if I can get a really good look at it. Would be kind of hard to, because it's a very fast-paced video. We're going to probably maybe look up some promotional material to really prove my point that I'm talking about here. So Premier launch coasters, they're usually pretty solid, but they really have one major problem that I have with them. And it's something that does not apply here, thankfully, and it's the fact that this coaster does not have comfort collars. If you've ridden any other Premier rides coaster, at least most of them, they have these things called comfort collars, which is basically like seatbelt straps that go over your shoulders here. Now, they act kind of like over-the-shoulder restraints. They're not terrible, but they really freaking hurt whenever you're experiencing any kind of ejector air time, which is when the negative G's are so powerful it tries to throw you out of the train. And with that amount of force, it kind of presses your shoulders into the comfort collars, and it's not very pleasant or very fun at all. This ride does not have them, thankfully. And considering that this is going to be a powerful launch coaster, that is something I personally appreciate. I'm going to mute this so I can talk while the video is playing here. Now, of course, this doesn't talk about the whole coaster. There's that POV video that you saw in my search results that I want to look at, because I actually haven't seen the whole layout of this thing. But it seems like that the main element and stuff is going to be happening right out of the gate, because I don't know what's going on like all over before this. And we're going to, and the main draw of this coaster is an inverted top hat, which is something that you actually don't see very often. There's only a handful of coasters that have them, at least to my knowledge. And the fact that this ride doesn't have comfort collars helps a lot, because it seems that the inversion through this inverted top hat, you go through it somewhat slow. Actually, it seems a little faster than I thought that was going to be, because Premier rides usually likes having a lot of hang time over their inversions. So it is kind of interesting to see a Premier launch coaster with an actual fast inversion. Now, of course, this is just a rendering. It will probably not be the same way when it's actually built. But if it has any kind of hang time, you do not want those comfort collars, because they're going to dig into your collarbone, and it's not the most pleasant. If you've ridden any of their Skyrocket 2s, you would know what I mean. They're not the most pleasant experience. The only other problem that I have with Premier trains is the fact that their openings and exits are so narrow. You kind of have to contort yourself in a way, and basically, there's I forget. There's that one game show where there's basically a wall with like a human-shaped cutout in a certain pose, and you have to put your body in that pose, make it through the wall. I forget what that game is called, but it's basically that. You basically got to do that just to get on and off the freaking train. It is absolutely stupid, ridiculous. I don't like it. I don't know if they're going to fix it for this, because there's not really any good Um, well, there is concept art for what the trains are going to look like, but it's kind of hard to tell whether or not that they're going to be a pain to get in and out of. I'm gonna have to see if there actually is something um, to do with that. But as far as I'm aware, uh, that's kind of that's at least my biggest concern. That is my biggest concern, really. And the fact that there's 9 inversions is a bit excessive, but with parks like this, um, I might as well just get that elephant out of the way right now. Canada's Wonderland is a Cedar Fair park, but of course I have to mention the merger that Cedar Fair is doing with Six Flags. So their whole portfolio was going to be into one. But both chains are guilty of this, both Six Flags and Cedar Fair, more so Cedar Fair. But they always want to market um, some kind of gimmick, some kind of record. I don't know if 9 inversions is a record. It's definitely a record for Canada at the very least. I don't know if it's a record necessarily for all of North America, because I think there's actually I think it might be tied for most inversions in North America, at least with 9. I think that's the current record. I'll have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure Steel Curtain is the one that has the most inversions, and think that has I think that has 9. I think. Don't quote me on that, but that's what I believe. But yeah, 9 inversions on a coaster like this does seem a little excessive, and with that, a lot of them are going to be heartline and barrel rolls, which, depending on how they're spaced out throughout the layout, can either be a good thing or a bad thing. I'll have to take a look at the POV to really see, and we'll get into that a little shortly here. On Canada's fiercest launch coaster, yeah, about that. Um, Canada is not really known for its launch coasters, because I think that's the one major thing that Canada's Wonderland was really missing in their whole lineup is a launch coaster, because I think they have a backlot stunt coaster back when it was owned by Paramount. But other than that, I don't really know if I don't think Canada really has any other launch coasters. Let me double check on that. Do 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 do. Thank you, RCDB, for being so helpful with stuff like this. Yeah, it looks like that the Backlot Stunt Coaster is the only other launch coaster there, and if you're familiar with those are not necessarily the most thrilling launch coasters. Kings Island has one, and King's Dominion also has one. Um, I did not ride it when I was at Kings Island because it wasn't really so high on my priority list to ride. Um, but this one definitely is a step above that. It's a big step above that. I think this is a pretty decent fit for the park. Um, the mountain that they're building this inside is the Wonder Mountain, which is uh, the major landmark of the park. And I don't know if you guys can hear that, but if you guys have followed me on Twitter for a while, you know that I have a continual battle with a car outside in my apartment complex parking lot that has the car alarm keep going off, and sometimes it goes on in the middle of the night and wakes me up at 2 in the morning, and it stays on there for the rest of the night, and it's frustrating as heck. It is a Nissan Pathfinder, so I have found out. I actually went out in the middle of the night to take a picture of it so I could complain about it. But it's a Nissan Pathfinder in one of the marked parking spots out here. It has a Washington State license plate for some reason, but they're apparently a resident here. It is absolutely frustrating. I hate it to death. And if you guys can hear that through the stream, I deeply, deeply apologize. There's really not a lot I can do about that. Because every time I try to lower any of the gain or um, anything on the microphone settings, you can barely hear me for some stupid reason. I don't understand why, but it's kind of the hand that I'm dealt with at this living arrangement. So I do apologize for that. I don't know if you can hear it, but if you can, I do apologize. Anyways, like I said, this is built into Wonder Mountain in Canada's Wonderland. You can't really see it, but this is supposed to be built in the same. Excuse me. in somewhat of the same plot as Vortex, which is their aerodynamic suspended swinging coaster. Um, I have a decent idea as to where it's actually going to be. If I could pull up a map, I could show you. But um, but it is kind of cool that they're actually doing something else with that mountain, because the mountain actually is pretty integral to the history of Canada's Wonderland. It's had like 3 or so attractions come in and out of it, and where the main attraction of it right now is Wonder Mountain's Guardian, which is actually very similar to the new ride at Lagoon here, Primordial. Very similar to that. It's a very similar concept. I don't know if it's necessarily better or whatever, because I've only been on Primordial, but it's a ride very similar to that. But yeah, it is cool to see that the mountain is actually getting more stuff out of it. I don't know how it's going to look for the skyline of it. Now we have this giant inverted top hat coming out of it. I don't know whether or not that's really going to be a benefit to the actual park image. But we'll see. But hey, it'll probably be a bigger draw as well. People will see that and be like, "Oh wow, that's so cool," and they go right for it, because if you look on like where they're going to put it on the map, you can make like a beeline from the entrance to the park to where the ride is going to be built. So it's going to probably be the one that's going to attract the most of the early day crowds at rope drop. That's what I predict, at least. And all that. So I'm not sure whether or not there's anything else I can get out of this, but so let's back out of here and let's actually take a look at this POV. This is by Coaster Studios. They're usually pretty good when it comes to accurate ride POVs. This came out the same day as the announcements, so chances are this is what the POV is going to look like. Also, Leviathan in the background. That's a bucket list coaster. I need to get on that sometime. So let's take a look, see what Premiere has in store for us for Alpine Fury. It's like we start off with a very soft launch that goes over the footpath, and it dives under that, and then it goes right into the first launch. Oh, it's not a fully inverted top hat. That's a There's probably a term for this, but it kind of reminds me a lot of this barrel roll drop that's on Storm Runner at Hershey Park, where it kind of does something similar to this, where it kind of evens out on a inversion and then drops you down into a decline. But yeah, that was kind of hard to tell, like in the actual promo video. Can't really tell of that, but yeah, it looks like it kind of puts you on a bit of an angle before actually dropping you down into a twisted drop here. And that was also our first inversion. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. So when you're approaching this element here, where it looks kind of like a turnaround element, at first this actually looks kind of like a backwards Cobra roll. This is something you would see on Twisted Cyclone at Six Flags Over Georgia, but it looks like that, but it actually has a lot of stuff that's actually beyond it. That's interesting. I like that. It also really likes doing those stalls a lot too. Oh my gosh, freaking car, shut up. That's a nice stall. It's a nice stall. Guinea Pig Dan, hello, how you doing? And then we go into our turnaround elements. Okay, now that's actually more similar to the inversion that I was talking about before. But yeah, there seems to be a lot of times where this ride is just gonna stall you at certain points and stall you like on an angle and stuff. Oh, it's one of those Disney YouTube channels that have cameras on. No, this is a rendered POV for a ride that's not even open yet. This is Alpine Fury. It's a launch coaster that's opening at Canada's Wonderland next year, and we're just going over the POV and see how good it stacks up. And I'm pretty impressed actually so far. I don't know if that counts as an inversion, but it reminds me a lot of like the frack, what's it called? The dog ton inversion on a Max Force at a Six Flags Great America, where it's like it'll go into one inversion, then you'll even out, you'll be like this, and then you go into another inversion completely. But yes, a lot of rolling in this one. Now, and that's kind of the problem with this, is that this is... Now, I'm someone who loves ejector airtime and floater airtime. I just love negative Gs in general. They're great. Just the feeling of weightlessness and feeling like you're being lifted out of your seat. That's what I love roller coasters the most about, is that feeling, that sensation is amazing. There really doesn't really seem to be a lot of negative G moments, it seems, but it makes up for that in inversions. Very whippy looking inversions, it looks like. Some of them seem to be a little somewhat slow. Let's take another look at the inverted top hat, see actually how fast you go through it. Yeah, that's pretty fast. And a lot of the airtime that it looks like you are going to be getting at all is like right here is where you're going to be experiencing a lot of lateral G. Well, not laterals, like lateral negatives, I guess, rather. I don't know. But it's kind of like the feeling of being lifted off out of your seat. We're going off to the side whenever you're going on like a wave turn or something on an RMC, kind of like that. Although we really had that much of it. It wouldn't be that strong, though. I just remembered one interesting video I saw recreating a dead Disney attraction with CGI. Yeah, there's videos that do that, too. As kind of a way to preserve the experience for anyone who hasn't had the opportunity to ride those before they got shut down. But a lot of this, what we're going to be looking at tonight, is stuff that is not even open yet, or even hasn't even been built yet. But this is kind of the rendering that the park and the ride manufacturer have put out, just to give an idea of what the POV for the ride is. And we're going to that's kind of a lot of the stuff that we're going to be doing tonight, is just kind of reviewing this kind of stuff. Someone recreated adventures through inner space using old reference videos and blueprints and voice clips from the ride. That's pretty impressive. I think that's kind of the point of like what the Defunctland's trying to do. But yeah, this looks like a very interesting stall here. But yeah, I hope you guys like inversions, because this one is going to be very inversion heavy. I still don't know if that's going to count as an inversion, though. They did say they had 9, which, again, is still a lot for a ride. At least for a North American one. If you're going European, that's like nothing. Go to European Park, that is absolutely nothing. That is like amateur level inversion numbers. The Shrinking Microscope had a cameo in the original Star Tours, which is the ride. Adventure Through Inner Space got replaced by, yeah. Normally when a ride closes, and it's replaced by something, they usually like have like some kind of Easter egg in the ride experience of whatsoever replacing it, and you know, it's a nice small minor way that I like how some parks do to at least honor the memory of what came before. I appreciate that a lot. Disney and Universal in particular are famous for that. You don't really see that much by ways of like Six Flags or Cedar Fair parks. They don't do that as nearly as often, mostly because those rides don't normally have as strong of a legacy as Disney Universal rides do. But it's always nice to see, at the very least. But yeah, but this is Alpine Fury. Of course, this is probably not, it's not going to probably look exactly like this, but just kind of to give an idea of what the track layout is going to look like, and that actually looks pretty impressive. 2 launches, 9 inversions, and a pretty decently tall top hat. But yeah, this is something that does want me to go out to Canada and actually go to Canada's Wonderland, because this is a park that's been on my bucket list for a long time. I've just never really had the chance to make it out that way to to get here because this is Canada's biggest park and it's like their premier coaster park. It has the last B&M Giga that I have not been on. The other ones being Orion and Fury. I'm wearing the shirt today. But yeah, I need to get on this thing so I can complete that, and also for this because this actually looks like a pretty fun and interesting launch coaster. Again, I really like Premier launches. I'm just not a big fan of their trains, and but it seems that Premier is actually catching on to the fact that people do not like their comfort collars because they took them off on Icebreaker at SeaWorld Orlando. That no longer has them, which is really nice because as much as I enjoyed that ride, it had a lot of really good ejector and it made my shoulders hurt a lot with those comfort collars on them. So not as bad as something like Maverick or anything. Maverick freaking murdered my spine, and I came off Maverick like a question mark. So any improvement to a launch coaster that takes off any kind of over-the-shoulder harness is a win in my book. Love that, love it to death. So yeah, that is Alpine Fury. I'm going to go back over here as I'm going to go ahead and get ready to bring up the next new for 2025 coaster that we're going to be looking at, and it's going to be this one. Okay, that's the POV. Where is the oh wow, there's actually a bunch of POVs. All right, let's where's the announcement? Here's the announcement. Shush. Okay. All right, so we looked at Alpine Fury, and now this next one, I don't think it's going to be as strong of a coaster, but it's from a very solid manufacturer, so we'll see how that goes. And it's also from a very popular ride model that's very, very well used around the world. Just not as well utilized, I would say, in North America, and it seems to be changing a lot. That would be the B&M Wing. This is Rapterra, the world's tallest and longest launched wing coaster. Kind of a bit of a mouthful, but like I said before, parks really like to use some kind of marketing gimmick for their rides. So let's take a look-see at the announcement trailer. All right, launched wing coaster. What in the world is that? Well, I shall show you, because King's Dominion is so nice as to give us our own little POV for it. Let us take a look-see. Now, thinking about a wing coaster, these are coasters that have wing seating. If you do not know what that means, it means that you are situated on the side of the track. You are not over it, you're not below it, you are on the side of it. I did see like a bird's eye view POV of the ride that we're also going to take a look at, but I want to take a look at the ride POV first before we go into that and see what this is actually really like, because you hardly saw any track in the actual announcement trailer. So let's see what they have in store for us here. I love the Roller Coaster Tycoon screaming sounds. They're great. They go over bank into a dive loop to an S curve, it looks like. Sweep around near the footpaths. Basically does what looks like a Fury treble clef. Corkscrew. Nice little airtime hill. And a 0G roll to finish it off. Okay. The layout I don't think is the most impressive for a wing coaster, but that's also because I don't think I honestly don't think the wing coaster is particularly a fantastic model. I think it's perfectly fine. I'll ride one. I'm just not sure whether or not I would say it's among my all-time favorites. I've only ridden like I think I've only ridden one or two up until this point, so it's not like I've ridden like a bunch of them. Um, you also got to keep in mind that this is a launched wing coaster, and there's actually really not that many to begin with. I don't remember how many there are at the top of my head, but there's only going to be two. This is only going to be the second one in North America that's actually launched. So the other one is Thunderbird at a Holiday World in Indiana. Um, so I'm not entirely sure whether or not it like the stat of it being the fastest and longest is the most impressive, especially how a lot of these elements seem to be really drawn out. The main drawing point, of course, is going to be this overbank here. Um, and that'll be fun for like people who are sitting on the left side of the train, where as they're actually going to be getting the most height out of it all. That would be cool at least. But other than that, it's mostly just a lot of elements that we've seen on other wing coasters before. This dive flip looks pretty cool though. And you don't normally see S-bends on a wing, so that is interesting. I said before that I really like negative G's when it comes to airtime, and we got a nice little bunny up here, a little bunny hill here. But the problem is that modern B&M wings have vest restraints, and these things are very constrictive, as to where you don't move around at all. So like you hardly experience any of the any negative G's that you could otherwise had you not be freaking like vice gripped into place in your seat, because it just really latches onto you and really holds you against the seat, so you don't really feel like you're being lifted off of your seat very often. And that's one of the reasons why not very many people like these newer B&Ms with the vest restraints. Um, and I can totally see where they're coming from. They're not my least favorite kind of restraint, and the original over the shoulder restraints that B&M coasters had, um, are not particularly great either. Like probably the most famous B&M, at least the one that probably most people have ridden, is the Incredible Hulk coaster at Universal Islands of Adventure. That has the classic B&M over the shoulder restraints, and they're not my favorite, but at least that you actually get to feel something. Um, so I guess the big question is, do I think that this is a good coaster for a park like this? Well, it was rumored that while we're talking about that, let's switch over to this video here and take a look at this bird's eye view of Rapterra at King's Dominion. I do kind of like the theming with the arches over the launch pad. I think that's actually really cool to actually have something like fly by as you're launching like this. And you can also see what I mean when it comes to like the wing seating and why it's considered a wing coaster. You're actually seated on the side of the track. For me, it doesn't really add a whole ton to the ride experience, aside from just a completely different perspective. And it's like a weird mix between a regular coaster and an inverted coaster. I also remember a video I saw that used CGI to recreate the unmade Little Mermaid dark ride. Which one? There's like 3 Little Mermaid dark rides. There's the actual one, like the actual Adventures of Little Mermaid at like uh, Disney's California Adventure, and I think there's one at Tokyo Disney too, or Tokyo Disney Sea. I want to say, and I think those are different. The ride looks really graceful too, and this is probably going to be more kind of on the gentler side when it comes to wings, and probably something that like some bigger kids could actually get into if they're not ready for like freaking I-305 here or something, this is probably a good stepping stone coaster when going to something that's a little bit more extreme. With the long, drawn out elements, that's also good to extend a lot of the G's as well, but I don't think that's really going to be a problem here. I've been to the California Adventure Little Mermaid ride. I actually haven't. I have not been on that. Now, King's Dominion, when it comes to launch coasters, they only have two others. They have the aforementioned Backlot Stunt Coaster I mentioned earlier. They also have a coaster called Flight of Fear. That also happens to be a Premier Rides launch coaster, similar to Alpine Fury, but it's one of the older ones and uses an LIM launch, one of the few coasters that still uses LIMs, not LSMs. And it's all inside a building too. Kings Island also has one, which I didn't go on because I'm stupid. but it also is replacing a well beloved launch coaster that the park recently lost. It was Volcano the Blast Coaster. It was an intimate inverted launch coaster. It was a bucket list coaster of mine. It was like it was a bucket list coaster of mine when I was a kid. I remember seeing it and really, really wanted to go on it, but I never got that chance. This is the ride that's replacing it. I don't know whether or not it's a worthy replacement because I haven't been on Volcano, but it's at least something. And King's Dominion was rumored to get a wing coaster for years, and now we finally get it. There's a video on the unmade Little Mermaid ride. Yeah, if you're trying to send links in the chat, it's not going to work. I'm afraid. Sorry, I don't usually allow people sending links in chat. In fact, I think that might be like a default Twitch setting. But yeah. So yeah, this is Rapterra. I don't think it's like the perfect ride for the park, but I think the real question comes down to whether or not it's going to be a suitable replacement for the with the Volcano the Blast Coaster. Oops, I'll send it over Telegram. I'll check it out like off stream later once I'm done with the stream tonight. I kind of want to focus tonight most solely on roller coaster related content, and Disney dark rides, I'm afraid, don't really fall into that category. I could do like a whole other thing separately that's like talking about like Disney attractions and what the new stuff for Disney that they're going to be talking about, or what's coming to Disney parks like next year and beyond. I could do another stream like about that, but this is not going to be the place for that. I might talk about one of them though. I might talk about one of them because the one of them does technically fall into the roller coaster category. Yeah, I see that, Dan. I will take a look at that. I'll take a look at that off stream. But thank you for that. So the reason why Volcano the Blast Coaster at King's Dominion was such a beloved ride was because it was so unique. It was the only one of its kind. There wasn't really anything like it anywhere, really. So it makes sense that they wanted this to be at least somewhat unique and still kind of retain the spirit of something like a launch coaster. In fact, I just noticed that this kind of part right here kind of does look a little bit like a volcano. I mean, they had like a whole like fake mountain to accompany that ride too, and they took it down to build this. This building here is the Flight of Fear coaster that I mentioned, the other launch coaster that they have that's inside a building. But yeah, it's kind of weird that two launch coasters are right next to each other. But hey, I've seen weirder things before. I've seen weirder things in parks before. But yeah, kind of a mild, well, relatively mild, and kind of more on the gentle side. I don't know whether or not this is going to have people like rushing in to ride it. Aside from like the GP, I think the GP is going to love this. The general public's going to love this one. I have a feeling, but and enthusiasts are going to go to pay homage to Volcano and also to increase their credit counts. But other than that, I mean, it still looks fun. I'll ride it. I want to ride it, and I'll get around to it eventually. And I do love the track color. Track color is just mwah. Look, it's great. The theme is pretty cool too, with it being a bird. But not as good as like Alpine Fury's theme, even though Alpine Fury's theme is just fire and ice. In fact, I mean, heck, it's freaking Alpine Fury is probably the coaster that's basically replacing Volcano and Spirit, even though it's in a completely other park. I'm here at Loopy Loop time. Hey, Curran, how you doing? We're looking at a bunch of Loopy Loops today, like this one, even though it's a dive loop, not a traditional loop. But yeah, I mean, it still looks fun. I'll ride it. Not sure whether or not this would be a ride that would make me want to visit King's Dominion over, say, Busch Gardens Williamsburg, which is only just an hour away. I don't know if Williamsburg is doing anything new this year or next year. I think Dark Coaster just opened this year, so I think they're like another year or so away from another coaster edition. But yeah, this does definitely help King's Dominion's coaster lineup, because they could desperately need it after they lost Volcano and everything. But yeah, Rapterra. I'm a little more excited for Alpine Fury over Rapterra, but overall, this is going to be a coaster that the general public is going to love. I'm sorry if I keep like touching my nose and stuff. I feel like a little itch inside, and it's bugging the heck out of me. I don't have a box of tissues to like blow my nose or something, so I'm sorry. I'm trying everything I can to prevent actually sticking a finger up my nostril. I don't want to do that on stream. That is gross. So I'm trying to do what I can, and I apologize. Anyways, I'm not sure what else there really is to say about Rapterra, so I think we're just going to go ahead and jump over to the next one that we're going to be looking at. We're going to go ahead and hide myself and hide the search while I go ahead and look this up. While I do that, how is everyone doing? Seems that we've gotten a few more viewers since we started the stream. How you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. Pardon me now. Pardon me now. Pardon me now. We are being raided by Diego the Penguin. Holy crap, man. With a party of 51. Dear me. Holy crap. How's it going, Diego? How you doing? I see you are raiding me with the Pengoos. Oh, frack, that's right. That reminds me. That actually reminds me. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Pengu. I need to look up this coaster next. In fact, just for you, Diego, we're going to look at this next one. That's on that thinking on my list. True Cornfish. Follow with the follow. How you doing? Thank you so heckin' much. Don't mind me, I'm just going ahead and looking up where the next thing we're going to look at. We're going to switch gears for a little bit, and we are going to do blah blah. Oh, well, this thing is not particularly... Oh my gosh, what is going on, guys? Holy crap! Fluttershy 2501, and if very nice, I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but both with the follows. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. The Newt. Heck in the heck with the so many Pengoos. Your Zelda icon earns you a follow from me. I'm glad it did. I'm very glad it did. I do like Zelda. Almost kind of wish I had an actual sticker like that in real life to put on the back of my monitor. Also with the Fury sticker, but love that too. Alright, so the the next thing we're going to look at, mostly, It's actually a coaster that opened this year, but I'm still going to look over it anyway because it's still something I'll be riding next year, and I kind of want to see what I'm getting myself into. And unlike the other ones that we looked at, this one actually has a camera, like an actual proper IRL camera view on it. Ladies and gentlemen, and Raiders from Diego the Pengu. Want to ride Penguin Trek at SeaWorld Orlando? I know you do. I do too. Let's take it out. Penguin Trek front row POV, courtesy of Coaster Studios. Dustin Burr with 100 bits says, "Woo!" Thank you for that. Beautiful screen of penguins, even though this is also technically in the penguin exhibit at SeaWorld. Oh my gosh, it's so stormy! Ah! Sorry for anyone sensitive to flashing lights. That's a light sculpture in as a penguin right here. Oh my gosh, we're gonna run so fast! Ah! Nice bank over to the right. This is more of a family coaster rather than a lot of the more extreme stuff that SeaWorld has. That's like a double S curve. That'd be a nice pop of air. Launch 2 to a very mild overbank. You should watch these with a VR headset. Why would I want to ride it with a VR headset when I'm actually going there next year to ride it? But yeah, this is definitely one of the more milder rides that B&M has ever made. It's a family launch coaster, I would say. Very family friendly. Probably a good contender for like a child's first launch coaster. SeaWorld has been adding coasters like mad. They've added three over the past three the past 3 years or so. It's like ridiculous. Well, rather 4 years, I guess, because we have Icebreaker in 2021, we had Pipeline in 2023, and we have this one this year. That's 3 within a 4-year period. That is absolute madness. But I think they're going to be slowing down a lot after this because they are kind of running out of room. It was kind of a miracle they were able to fit a coaster like this, even with the elaborate spaghetti bowl like this, in kind of a pretty small space. But that's kind of the benefit of spaghetti bowl coasters, is the actual small footprint that they take up. But usually B&Ms are huge, they're expensive, but you know, B&M is really treading, not treading new ground for the industry, but they're definitely making a lot more new stuff that's out of their comfort zone, and that's something I can at least appreciate. They're really expanding their portfolio and making it a little more accessible to parks. This looks like my speed, says Fluttershy. I live a few hours away from me is a place called Holiday World, which has like 4 coasters and a water coaster and a water park with a water coaster called Wildebeest. Funny, we were actually just talking about Holiday World because we were just looking at Rapterra, which is a launch wing coaster coming to King's Dominion, and I mentioned that it's going to be the second launch wing coaster, at least in North America, because Thunderbird at Holiday World is the first one. I have not made my way out to Holiday World yet. I would really like to one of these days. The Voyage is one of my bucket list coasters. It looks freaking amazing. I love that to death. That looks really fun. But yeah, hopefully sometime I'll be in the area to do that. I also need to hit Kentucky Kingdom while I'm there too. I'm rambling. Okay, that's enough about that. Now let's actually get back to like the other thing that I was going to get on. The next 2025 coaster I was going to be talking about and looking at this next year. Holiday World is awesome, especially since it has free soft drinks. Now that's actually a nice thing. That is a plus. Let me go hide behind my dragon here. Okay. Who's ready for another B&M? I hope you are, because that's the that's the next thing that we're going to be looking at. Now, which one here? Freaking El Toro Ryan, you uploaded like the same video twice. What are you doing? Yeah, there we go. This will work just as good as any. All right. Next year, a bunch of B&Ms apparently are opening. As in a whole two of them. I don't know. B&M's making a big is making a pretty big comeback. Not like they needed a comeback to begin with, but with a lot of expansion and now working with some new chains and stuff, you know, it's an exciting time. It's an exciting time in the world of coasters. So let's go back to showing here. Let's take a look at The Wrath of Rakshasa coming to Six Flags Great America. All right. Now this one. We have a dive coaster. Six Flags sure likes its steep dive coasters. This is, I believe, is the second dive coaster that Six Flags is adding to one of their parks since Dr. Diabolico in Fiesta, Texas, which I believe opened last year. And that one originally had the steepest drop on a dive coaster. I haven't been to Great America in years, says Dan. I can't remember the last time I was there. Maybe middle school or high school. Well, it's quite a time. It's been quite a while. There's a lot of stuff that's happened in Great America since then, I'm sure. Not steep enough. I mean, I've been on steeper. We have a roller coaster here at my local park that's steeper. But what's important that it's the steepest dive coaster, and it only took the record by 1 degree of steepness. By 1 degree. The other original one was wait, is this Six Flags Great America? I was thinking the one second. Oh, you're talking about the California one. Yeah, this is the one by Chicago. Yeah, because I forgot there were. Okay, little park history lesson for those who are not aware. Marriott, the hotel chain, opened 2 parks, both named Great America. One in Santa Clara, California, the other in Gurnee, Illinois. Marriott sold both of those parks, one to Six Flags and one to Cedar Fair. And because of that, we have 2 parks in 2 separate chains named Great America. So, wrap your head around that. I've never been to Chicago. I've only been to Chicago a couple times when I was a kid because I had an aunt that lived there, and I used to visit her with my grandma a couple times. I hardly remember any of it though, as I was really young at the time. But anyways, going back to this, it only breaks the steepest record on a dive coaster by 1 degree because Dr. Diabolico, like I mentioned, that's at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, is 95 degrees, and this is 96. So you gotta break that record. You always got to make it just slightly more to really earn that marketing title for, to get people to buy your season pass for next year. It's not the tallest dive coaster. I've been on dive coasters that are taller than this, but 171 feet is decent. It is taller than Dr. Diabolico is, and you also kind of have to read a little bit in between the lines here, because it says world's most inversions, and then it goes to 5. It's like, come on, 5's not that much inversions, but yeah, but you have to remember this is a dive coaster. Dive coasters only usually have like 3 or 4 inversions, and they're done. Ever seen Planet Coaster with people making drops straight down? Yeah, I have. I've done it once. It can be fun. Yeah. But coasters with complete 90-degree drops, they can be pretty fun. They really throw you out of your seat. It's great. Like I said, we have one here that's actually steeper than this. We have it's called Cannibal over here at Lagoon. It has a 116-degree drop. It is massive, and I love it. 100 G-force face shredding coasters. I'm not sure about 100 G. If we had a 100 G coaster, they would probably die. I'm not 100% sure. Not a physicist, but that is very far out of legal standards. But yeah, Wrath of Rakshasa. I'm not gonna get used to saying that because that is a silly name. And because it's a Six Flags park, there's not really a whole lot by ways of theming, as you can just see. It's just kind of out in the open compared to like Alpenfury, which goes inside a mountain, and Rapterra that has a bunch of like really cool arches and stuff. But here we don't really have much of anything. So here we just kind of see like the actual standard between like Six Flags and Cedar Fair parks. And yes, I understand that they're technically the same company now, but I still think that that their respective parks are going to be operated, like how they were for like the next couple of years or so before the merger really starts getting things going with the chain and changing their portfolio in drastic ways. But if you're wondering what Rakshasa is, it's a kitty. It's a cat. In fact, I want to see if I can find it, because I'm pretty sure I found the teaser image that was supposed to be teasing this after the fact. After I saw this. So let me see if I can pull it up really quick here. Here it is. Kitty. Because we got cat eyes and everything, and this actually looks kind of like now I'm not a biologist, but this looks like a normal house cat eyes, so it's just edited. But yeah, is kitty. Is kitty. I don't know what kind of kitty, but kitty. What is the legal limit? Follow up. How close can I build to / does it exist? That I am not 100% certain. I do know that the world's highest G on a coaster is, I think, 6. I think. Let me see here. I want to take a look here. It's called Tower of Terror, and it's a roller coaster in South Africa. How many G's does it have? 6.3 G's. Most people will not be able to actually take that. Hindu mythology, says Curran. Is that the case? Holy crap, it is! Yes. Rakshasa is a Hindu god. And we have some very nice looking furry art of it, courtesy of Forgotten Realms. So, yeah. This is our ride mascot, apparently. Probably not exactly this, but, it's like, this is what the ride's based off, apparently. Thank you, RPGs and other stuff and tabletop stuff for, basically turning every folklore's god into a furry. We appreciate that of you so much. Not only would a 100G coaster kill its riders, it would probably waste a lot of energy just to accelerate that fast, probably fly off the track. Maybe. 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 But yeah, Rakshasa, that is Planet Coaster recreation. Alright, well, let's see how someone did this. Hi, Thrill Productions. Go like, comment, and subscribe this guy, I guess. Let's fast forward here. You didn't even start us out in the trailer. May you walk on warm sands. Don't know how many kids to reference. I don't. I'm sorry. Ah! We're looking straight down! Ah! And first inversion is an Immelman, usually pretty common among dive coasters. And to a dive loop. And going into a downward barrel roll, it looks like. And then what looks like a stall, like a very, very brief stall. Before a slow heartline, and then helix and stuff. Again, something you find very common in dive coasters. Is that supposed to be Hyperia? Hold on, back up. Is that Hyperia? From, like, Thorpe Park? Maybe. I wonder when that thing's gonna open. I think so. Kashi Dark Cat, right? Oh, Elder Scrolls. Okay. I haven't played enough Elder Scrolls to get that reference. I'm sorry. I apologize. And Drew, I know you're watching. I apologize for that too. All right. So, quickly going back to this, just need to do a few more. Just want to make a few more observations before we continue on with this. If you want my honest opinion about this thing, this looks just kind of like. I don't know whether or not I would say this is going to be the best dive coaster ever made, because, you know, dive coasters are not particularly coasters that I would consider elite. They are people eaters, so they have very high capacity, and the general public love them because they view these as like challenge coasters. Because this is like stuff where, like, you dare your friend to get on because it's like, oh, it's a big old dive coaster. You go straight down and it hangs you over the edge right before it drops you and stuff, you know, because, you know, that kind of stuff kind of plays into the GP mentality of like, oh, roller coasters are scary and dangerous. And, you know. But, you know, usually among enthusiasts, they don't normally are talked about as much. Where, you know, they're not really put on like the same pedestal as, say, like Raging Bull here, or Goliath back here in the background, which is an RMC. Too much blue, says Curran. I don't really have much more ways of a problem with the thing, or at least with the track color. Track color actually seems quite nice. Dusk the Burr redeemed on-screen celebration of 40 bits. Holy crap, guys. Thank you. Thank you for that. Not sure if I'm still fairly new to being an affiliate, so I'm still trying to, like, learn a little bit of the ins and outs and the nuances that come from, like, setting up your stream to where it's a lot more interactive and stuff, and putting stuff on. That's going to probably take me a while to mostly get around to, but any kind of support toward the stream is greatly and highly appreciated. I'm not doing this as a job by any means. This is just kind of more of a side thing. And since now I'm an affiliate, I can actually do something with it and dedicate more time to it. And hopefully maybe get something out of it. So yeah, there's always the option to subscribe. I never ever want to uh, you know say that you guys have to subscribe or anything, or that you guys have to donate. I do not have a Discord link up to my Twitch yet, so unfortunately I still need to go through all that. Like I said, I'm still fairly new to the whole Twitch affiliate thing. I actually do have a Discord server, but it's very inactive right now, and it's so inactive to the point that I'm actually thinking about just getting rid of it because it really just didn't turn out the way that I really wanted it to. I feel like that if I got a Discord server, I would have to have someone else manage it because I'm very bad at managing a Discord server. Apparently, mostly just because you know, I don't know. I guess I just really have like, um, I guess I just really don't have what it takes to really just foster a more interactive community. At least at where I'm at right now. But I feel like um, eventually I can get to that point. But for right now, I do have an active Discord server. I don't know if I'm actually going to revive it or not, or I might just get rid of it. But I don't know. As I grow more as a streamer, I do plan, of course, to um, do more and be a lot more involved with with the community and doing like Discord, maybe a Patreon down the road. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's way too early for that. So I'm sorry if any of the normal command prompts that you would put in Twitch chat just doesn't really do anything much on my stream. I apologize for that. I'm still getting it trying to set up. I'm not a Twitch expert by any means at all. So I might have to actually take a day, maybe tomorrow, because I'm kind of free up tomorrow now. That I just kind of need to sit down and really figure out exactly what I'm doing here on as a Twitch affiliate now. But yeah, always appreciating it and the interest, the support on all of that. I promise you, it does not go ignored or unappreciated. But going back to Rakshasa here, I actually don't mind the color scheme. The color scheme I actually think is nice. I don't think Great America has a blue coaster, or at least not that I remember off the top of my head. So this will at least put like some color variety into the park, if nothing else, and all that. Oh, one other thing about Holiday World: it's open, rain or shine, unless it's thundering and lightning, then it shuts down. So are you saying that it's like open like all year round? It doesn't have seasonal operations like most parks that are like not in the South do? Because that would be news to me. I don't know what the weather is really like in Indiana, so I wouldn't really say. But that's interesting. That I didn't know. But anyways, dive coasters. They're not normally like viewed as some of the best coasters ever made, and I think people will like this, and at least it'll probably be one of the better. It'll probably be one of the better dive coasters out there, but I don't think it's going to be like among the best in the park by any means. But that also might depend on how they do the theming, because Six Flags PS Texas, their dive coaster is actually very well themed. I haven't been on it, but I've seen videos of like its queue line, and its queue line is like something you would see at a Disney park. It's really cool. So hopefully they'll do something like that for this, make the queue line very immersive, and actually make it somewhat of immersive. Yeah, somewhat of an immersive experience, and actually go the extra mile for the theming. I think that'd be really cool. I don't know if that's going to be the case here, but one can hope. One can certainly hope. And yeah, because this is a modern B&M, it has the vest restraints that I commented on back when I was talking about Rapterra. These are the restraints that really just hold you to your seat, and you don't really experience a lot of the any kind of airtime at all with these. You'll feel a lot of positives, because when you're feeling positives, you're just getting like jerked back into your seat more and more. But you don't really get to feel it on the opposite direction, because these things are really rather, again, rather kind of restrictive. They hold you pretty tight, and I made the comment before about how um, B&M's previous over-the-shoulder restraints I'm also not a huge particular fan of, but I'm also not sure which one I prefer or which one I dislike more, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, I've been on two dive coasters now, one with each of the different restraint systems, one with the this kind and one with the classic kind, and I think at least for dive coasters I prefer the classic style, and those are kind of a dying breed. There's only a couple that still have them, and I'm predicting like a couple of years down the road they're going to have to refurbish some of those strains to make them into these vest restraints, which I'm not particularly thrilled at the prospect over. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, this is a coaster that's going to be a hit with the general public and just the regular park goer. I think it's fine. You know, I mean, Six Flags definitely likes adding B&M dives. I'm not sure whether or not this is like the best fit for something like Six Flags Great America. Um, because what they need is something that hangs like under the track. That's what they need. They need like an inverted coaster. If this was like an inverted coaster, I think this would be like a better fit for the park. But I think dives are also cheaper than inverts. So, oh no, they do have an invert. They have Batman. Stupid. The first Batman. Right. Yeah. Okay. Disregarding everything I said. No. Okay. This actually would fit a little bit better than an invert. I'm just saying. I'm suddenly remembering Roller Coaster Tycoon and its death coasters. We've all been there. Everyone who's ever played Roller Coaster Tycoon has made a death coaster. That's just a fact of life. A fact of life that we all deal with. But yeah, Rakshasa. It'll be interesting. This one also had like, it's the best announcement trailer so far. It's at least it's a minute and a half. The other ones we've seen are only like 15 seconds long. But yeah, look at that drop though. Now, someone who's been on steeper drops, steepness for me, unless you can actually really feel it, doesn't really matter a whole lot to me. What makes a really good drop is not necessarily the height, but more kind of the crest itself and how sharp of a crest it is, if that makes any sense at all. One of the best drops I experienced recently is Twisted Cyclone at Six Flags Over Georgia, especially if you sit in the back row. It's very small. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up just for reference. I mean, this was a coaster that actually really blew away my expectations. Something I did not actually expect to be as good as it was, even if I don't think it's like phenomenal or even the best coaster at the park. So this is Twisted Cyclone. This has a very sharp crest, and the reason why that's good is because when you're sitting in the back row, which I like to prefer, when you're about here and you're still going up, more than half the train is already over on the edge, which means once the train releases from that chain, you're getting whipped over the drop like madness. It's not a very tall drop, but it's a very powerful one, and it retains that power throughout the entire course. It's also very short, which is why people are kind of disappointed in it. But what makes a good drop for me really is that whip feeling, that whip of being pulled over the edge. And this usually happens when you're sitting in the back, and that's one of the reasons why I prefer sitting back there. Because when you get pulled over, the drop feels faster and you feel more forces, and it's just it's a gut punch. It's a nice, awesome gut punch, and it's one that I don't always experience on coasters. That's what matters to me a lot when it comes to a good drop. Not necessarily steepness. It's more about how sharp the crest is, which I guess you could say kind of relates to the steepness, because I don't know how steep Twisted Cyclone is. But when you look back at Rakshasa here, or any dive coaster, we have this here, but you have to remember, these are 3-car trains, and when you're dangling over the edge, everyone is dangling over the edge to at least to some angle and to some degree. So when it releases, you don't really get that whip. Instead, what you feel is your stomach drop it, like, drop even lower than it actually is. it's a very different sensation. It's a good sensation. I enjoy it. I just don't know if I would necessarily say it's the best way to do a coaster drop, in my opinion. In fact, hold on a second. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought I just saw something that was actually not in the park, but it actually is. So, never mind. And the 5 inversions, um, again, just kind of really tacked on there because 4 is usually the standard when it comes to inversions for a dive coaster. But yeah, I think this will be one of the better dive coasters out there. I'm just not sure whether or not it'll be one of the best ones at the park. One of the best coasters at the park, if you know what I mean. This is the park that I really need to get to. I've never been to this one. Raging Bull is one that I really want to get around to sometime. That looks really fun. Okay. And I think that will cover most of our bases for Wrath of Rakshasa. And we have a spinning circle penguin by Dusk. Appreciate that. You can keep with a pengoose. Alright, let me go ahead and come back to here. And we're going to pull up the next thing that we're looking at. This one is not going to be as big or impressive as what we've looked at so far. I apologize. But it's at least going to a park that is very, very, very overdue for a new coaster. Let's pull it up here. Here we go. Stop. Shush. Quiet. Okay. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to our next coaster. Quantum Accelerator, coming to Six Flags New England. Okay, Quantum Accelerator is an intimate straddle coaster. You might be wondering what a straddle coaster is, because one of the marketing things was this is New England's first straddle coaster. The straddle coaster is basically just this kind of seating here, where it's somewhat motorbike-ish. You have your legs kind of up to almost, yeah. The idea is that you're like riding a motorcycle or a jet ski. And some other coasters of this model have been themed to such a thing because of the really unique seating. I have not been on one, but I've been on coasters that have that position you in a very similar position. Most notably is Hagrid's Magical Creature Motorbike Adventure at Islands of Adventure. Dan says, I remember as a little kid, hating roller coasters, but I was afraid of any ride that went too fast. I was a coward. I eventually grew out of it. That's good to hear, though. Though I'm a little scared to go on coasters that go upside down. Why is that, if I may ask? What is it about the inversions that makes you nervous? If you can conquer like your fear of like rides that go really fast, what is it about inversions? Now, if it's something that like makes you sick, or you're afraid that you're going to get sick off it, that I understand. But I don't know. But hey, you're talking to. I like to consider myself an expert, but it's like. But hey, I like to say that I'm someone who likes to, who knows his stuff when it comes to coasters. How does this harness work? So, while I haven't been on one of these coasters yet, from what I can tell is that the harness itself, or the restraint, kind of is kind of propped up here to go up in between your legs, and then it settles down more kind of on your gut. And then you have like little handlebars, as you can see here, that you just kind of hang on to. It's kind of awkward. I don't think it's the most prime position to be sitting on for a roller coaster. But one thing that I do appreciate about the straddle coasters is that they use tire launches, which is something that you do not see very often in launch coasters anymore. And I think these are the only coasters that are being made that still use them. They're not very common, and they're not super powerful, but that's not the point. The point of a tire launch is that they're really good at acceleration, but not as so much max speed, and which actually makes it better for smaller scale launch coasters like this. They could still offer a good powerful launch while not like upchucking your lunch or anything. And also long trains. Now, this is one point that I kind of have a little bit of concern with 11 airtime moments. Now, I've said many times tonight that I love airtime. Airtime is phenomenal. I love it to death. But you're sitting like this. So the airtime is going to feel a little awkward, especially if it's any powerful airtime. Powerful airtime will just feel kind of awkward. If it's light, which I'm assuming is going to be the case here because it doesn't look super intense, that's fine. But, it's not the most prime position to receive airtime on. These kind of coasters work best when you're like making like very fast transitions, which this coaster has a lot of. These aren't necessarily built to be airtime machines. They're built to be focused more around speed and whip. Which it really does have. So, an 11 airtime moments is a decent amount. That's more than most coasters. But, again, with this kind of seating and these kind of trains, I'm not sure if it's going to be the best kind of airtime. The max height, 59 feet. That's actually about as tall as like our wooden coaster here. The Alameda County Fair has this spinning UFO ride that spins really fast. It throws you against the walls of the saucer. Try it once, never again. Oh, a Gravitron. Yeah, when I was a kid, we had a Gravitron at our local county fair. It used to come every year, and I would ride it every time. I loved it. It was like my favorite ride at the county fair. But I can totally understand why people wouldn't like it. I probably wouldn't like it as an adult, but as a kid, I loved it to death. I would go on there with my friends all the time because it's one of those you guys don't know, Gravitron is one of those rides that just spins you really 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 fast, and you stand up against like a wall, and the faster it spins, like the wall kind of leans back because of the centrifugal forces. I used to do not do this. Just this disclaimer, I was an idiot child, do not do this. But when I was a kid and I would ride that thing all the time with my friends, because the idea is that you're supposed to be leaning on your back and stuff. What I would do is that I would turn myself over onto my belly as the ride is going on, and I would Spider-Man over the walls. I would crawl over from one wall to another, especially if the ride was empty and more than half of the space was unused. We would just Spider-Man circle around the Gravitron. Do not do that. I do not endorse anyone doing that. It's a bad idea, but I was a stupid idiot child, so it was okay. We would get back into position before the ride started slowing down because we got it down pretty close to when how long the ride was actually going for. So we were able to get back in position in time without falling and anything. But Gravitrons are great, but I can understand why people wouldn't like them that much. But yeah, Quantum Accelerator. Now, for a ride like this in a park like Six Flags New England, it's actually not a bad fit. It's not a bad choice because New England does not have a launch coaster, to my knowledge. I don't think it has any launch coaster. So they are in desperate need of one. And while this may not be the most thrilling one, it's at least something to fill in the hole, to fill in a hole. This is a good coaster for bigger kids to ride when they're starting to get into more extreme stuff. However, there is one problem that I have, and I'm not the only one who shares this problem, it seems. This coaster replaced a coaster called Goliath, which was a giant Vekoma inverted boomerang. This other red coaster you see just right over here with the Cobra roll is another Vekoma boomerang. It's not an inverted one, just a normal boomerang. You can find these at almost any park. Both this ride, which is called Flashback, and Goliath, the other big inverted boomerang, were not very popular rides. The going theory, and therefore the going hope for this park, was that they were going to take out both boomerang coasters, both Goliath and Flashback here, and use that land because they were literally right next to each other for something big. And instead we get this, which is a smaller footprint, and definitely takes up the space that Goliath took up, but people kind of wanted Flashback to go away too, and use that for something that probably could have been like a longer, more thrilling launch coaster, because everyone was predicting that that New England was going to get a launch coaster of some kind. Some were thinking that maybe it was going to be a mock launcher, like a Copperhead Strike at Carowinds, but instead we're getting an Intamin Straddle coaster, which are fine, but these are again more rides for the GP and not so much rides for coaster enthusiasts. Coaster enthusiasts go to New England for like Wicked Cyclone here and Superman the Ride over here. But with Superman and Wicked Cyclone kind of being the more thrilling coasters, I guess that also does make sense for them to make a milder family coaster. I just want big thrilling coasters everywhere, okay? Can I admit that? Can I just admit that and not get judged? No, I probably can't. But yeah, that's kind of my main concerns with Quantum Accelerator, is that it could have been better. It could have been longer had they actually done the thing that people wanted and also took out Flashback here and used that space to basically double the footprint that the ride is able to use. There's a lot of stuff you could have been able to do with that. Even if it's just for a coaster like this, there's still a lot more you could do with that with another massive amount of land. But I guess it just wasn't in the budget. This looks like a budget decision more than anything. They really wanted to do something for New England, but they couldn't really splurge for something too big or too expensive, so they played it safe for something like this, which is fine. I understand. Parks have their budgets. And, they can't always fulfill our unrealistic expectations. So, they kind of have to work with what they got. And for what we got, I think it's going to be a decent fit for the park. Again, it just it has some lost potential is what I'll say. But, it's still a decent, good addition for the park. I haven't been to Six Flags New England. I haven't been to New England in general. But one of these days, I'll make my trip. I'll make my way out there. I'll make a trip out to New England and hit this park up while I'm in the area. But yeah, is there anything else about Quantum Accelerator I want to? Is this a ride POV? Yeah, it's Amusement Insider. They're usually pretty good on these. Okay, it's about midway through. I should have just watched this version. Here we go. Ah! Whee! Nice curve. Again, with these kind of coasters, you you'll expect to see like some like snappy transitions more than anything. So launch 2. Whee! Oh, that's a double up. That's interesting. I didn't notice that in the announcement trailer. Okay, well that's going to be the money airtime moment there with the double up. This is actually a decent length. Yeah, the main gimmick of these kind of rides is to feel like that you're riding on a motorcycle and you're kind of like drifting from side to side, going kind of like the bike chase scene from like FF7 remake or something to that effect. But yeah, this double up, I actually did not expect. That actually looks actually looks interesting. Like I said, again, I'm worried about how the airtime is going to feel in that position, but it's probably going to be a good moment regardless. Otherwise, double ups are really really good for or double ups or double downs are great for airtime. Great, love them. Not enough coasters have them. Quantum power, says Curran. That's a Power Rangers reference. I know what you're referencing. You can't. You can only get some references past me, but not all of them. Alrighty. Okay, that I believe covers most of the coasters, at least the major coasters for Six Flags and Cedar Fair parks. Now I'm going to go ahead and shift gears over a little bit. Now I want to quickly talk about something. I want to talk about something that there's not a whole lot of information about, but it's something I want to talk about regardless, and I want to make some observations, make some theories, and I guess talk about a few things. So let's go back to here, and let me see if I can find it, or at least what I want to talk about, because I don't think there's any video about it, or rather, I'm not sure really what there is outside of just promotional images and stuff. And you guys have probably seen this already, but I really, really want to put my own 2 cents on this. Yeah, I think this is the only... yeah. Alright, this works. Okay, so you guys have probably heard. Now this will probably be one of the only times I'll talk about Disney parks on this stream, or at least for this kind of topic. If you saw D23, which I didn't, I just saw whatever news on Twitter found for me. You would probably notice that they were announcing a roller coaster based off Monsters Inc. And I want to talk about this for a little bit. A ride like this, I personally think, is a little overdue. For those of you who do not know, this is coming to Hollywood Studios at Walt Disney World. Now, I've said before, not necessarily on stream, but I have said before that this is Hollywood Studios is a park that has an identity crisis going on. It used to be a park that was all about the magic of filmmaking, and its rides and attractions were kind of more based on like TV production or show production, even if not all of them were necessarily directly tied to that theme, but it had it was at least identifiable. You saw Tower of Terror, you say, oh, that's Hollywood Studios. You see Rock and Roller Coaster, oh, that's Hollywood Studios. But then you say, oh yeah, let's go to Toy Story Land. Wait, where's Toy Story Land? Which park's that in? Is that in Epcot? Is that in Magic Kingdom? No, it's at Hollywood Studios. Galaxy's Edge. Oh, is that at Magic Kingdom too? Or Epcot? No, it's at Hollywood Studios. All that. Sadly, I've never been to Disney World. Well, if you're going to go to a Disney park, that's the one you want to go to. Disneyland is fine for what it is. I think California Adventure is a mid-tier park. I actually think it was a great park when it was like late 2000s, early 2010s. And then they made Pixar Pier, and I got really upset. But that's a topic for another time. But anyways, if you want to go to the Disney park, you want to go to Walt Disney World, because those ones usually are, I consider them to at least be superior, and they're the ones that I would actually go back to, even if I'm not a particular big fan of Disney right now. But no, I want to talk about what kind of roller coaster this is going to be. Now, details on this thing are very, very small. There's not a lot we know about this. But I am betting money this is a Vekoma. I am betting money that this is a Vekoma family suspended coaster. These are coasters that are popping up a lot more now. Vekoma is a growing company in the Western market. Disney has been working with Vekoma since 2006, I believe, because they're the same company who did Expedition Everest. They're the same company who did Tron Light Cycle Run, and I think they did Guardians of the Galaxy. It was either them or Intamin. I'm not entirely sure. And this, I'm pretty dang sure, is going to be Vekoma. Because these seats and these restraints, they looked rather similar to Vekoma family suspended coasters that I've been on before, with the restraint system. Since I'm a Cali guinea pig, Disneyland and California Adventure are the ones I've been to the most. Same, actually. I'm from the West Coast too, so I've gone to Disneyland and California Adventure more often than I've been to Walt Disney World. I've only been to Walt Disney World 3 times, and I've been to Disneyland and California Adventure like 6 or 7 times or something. We used to go like a bunch, but I haven't been to California since like 2012, and I know a lot has been done since then, and I have not been back to Disneyland since, because frankly I don't have a reason to. I really don't. Like, all the additions and changes that they've made to the California parks is just doesn't work for me. It just doesn't resonate with me. And that's not to say that additions that they've done to Walt Disney World since I've been there last particularly interest me that much. The only reason, at least before I would go back to Walt Disney World Resort, is to go to Animal Kingdom. I've never been to Animal Kingdom, but I've been to every other Disney park in Walt Disney World in Florida. But I've never been to Animal Kingdom, and I really want to ride Expedition Everest. It was the Disco Yeti and all. I really want to ride that. I've never had the chance to, but I've been on every other coaster at the resort aside from Guardians of the Galaxy and Tron. I like to go to Disneyland, says Curran. There's baffling decisions with what movies they make, and then there's that weird Disney Plus lawsuit going on right now, and they've not treated artists well. There's a lot to really say about Disney, and not a lot of it that's good. I will definitely say that. Disney is particularly not one of my favorite companies at the moment. I think they've made a lot of really, really bad decisions. Not just with their movie lineup, but also just business decisions in general. And for the stuff that they announced for the parks at Disney 2020 for D23, I'm a little mixed on. And this is coming from someone who absolutely despises Disney currently. But I'm not gonna lie, this might be something I might go back to Disney for. Is for this Monsters Inc. roller coaster. And there's a couple reasons for that. Number one is Vekoma suspended family coasters are actually pretty fun. They're not ones that I would. They're not coasters that I would plan an entire trip around, but I would definitely. But I would go out of my way to ride one if there was one at the park that I was at the moment. Also, this guy I just noticed has his arms up. You don't normally actually want to include like in your promotional images and concept art. You don't normally want to show people like lifting their arms up on a roller coaster because usually because usually that's a no. No one follows it. No one obeys it. I totally get it. I don't obey it, but you want to give out the impression that your guests abide by all the rules, just kind of as a PR move. Sadly, last time I went to Disney was pre-team, and I'm almost 43 now. Okay, well, I would be shocked if they still had like if the park was exactly how you remember it when you went last time. But on the other hand, I've had Disney animators as teachers, and many artists owe a lot to the 9 old men and the other people that's worked there. Well, yeah. I mean, no one's really going to talk much bad about Disney's animation legacy. They're the ones who practically perfected the genre of it. And everyone that I know of at least has like tremendous respect for the classic Disney animators, especially during like Walt's time. And yeah, I've met a couple of Disney animators myself, and a lot of them. It's kind of funny. They have a I don't know exactly what to call it. It's not really a class, but it's kind of it's an animation demonstration that they do at Hollywood Studios, and I don't know for sure, but this attraction, or because they're making a Monsters Inc. land in Hollywood Studios, and it's threatening to replace that along with like Muppets 3D. And I saw that Current put a hashtag Save Muppets 3D. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I don't really care either way if Muppets 3D gets replaced or not. The Muppets is not an IP I really have any attachment for, and I understand that it is for a lot of people. It just isn't for me. I've been to Muppet 3. I've been to Muppet 3D, or I've seen it because it's a show, so I've seen it. I wasn't super impressed. I was actually kind of disappointed in it. And I understand that, it has like Jim Henson's legacy and stamp of approval on it. One of the last few things he did. I get that. But, I don't know. This may just be, I don't know. Maybe this is just me being a boomer or something, or just having really unpopular opinions, but, which is true. But I'm not going to miss it. If it goes, I'm not going to miss it, personally. However, but Animation Academy, that's what it's called. There's Animation Academy at a Walt Disney Studios, and you go in there, and they have a Disney animator there, and they teach you how to draw a character. Last time I went there, we had an animator from Princess and the Frog, and the character that we drew was Ray the Firefly, and I was a little salty about that because I really wanted to draw Lewis. You could probably guess why, but no. Instead, we drew Ray. And I swear that the Disney artists and animators use this class or so to vent. And they use it to air out grievances that they have, like either about the company itself, or the movie that they worked on, or otherwise. And one of those animators was from Princess and the Frog. And he, in a very passive-aggressive way, was telling us about how we didn't like Princess and the Frog because of its poor box office showings, and basically like, well done everyone, it's because of you and you didn't go see Princess and the Frog that we don't do 2D animation anymore. It was all tongue-in-cheek and playful. It wasn't serious at all. But I'm just like, wow, these animators must be really frustrated about stuff. I also heard a story about another animator, and they did Lion King, one of the Lion King animators, the original Lion King animators, and they were talking about how they made expressions because I think they were drawing Simba or something. And they said, and so we draw the eyebrows like this because we actually care about giving our characters emotions. And this was in the lieu of the remake coming out. It was pretty funny. Uh, oh yeah, don't forget Disney gave us people like Don Bluth and comic strip Pogo Possum creator Walt Kelly. I like to call Walt Kelly Disney's other Walt. One of my favorite YouTubers, Brian Hull, is a voice impressionist who frequently went to Disney and did voices for to shock characters. He actually had a Mickey in Paris bow to him, and of course, he probably did that because he was also on camera too. It's mostly because the last thing Jim worked on, and a lot of people are trying to stop it or get it on the National Registry of Historic Places. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck on that front. Like, again, I don't really care either way about Muppets 3D. I'm sorry, but, you know, it's not an IP I particularly care about. Princess and the Frog rocked. I thought it was a good movie. I think it's a shame that 2D animation is kind of a dying art, or at least in the eyes of Disney, it's a dying art. One of my teachers had some interesting stories working on 90s films. Yeah, the 90s was definitely a time. It was certainly a time. But yes, this I don't even know what this ride is called. I don't know if they even had an official name for it, but yeah, the Monsters Inc. Door coaster, I guess. This is something I think they should have made a long time ago. I mean, I guess better late than never. And another point I want to make about this ride going to Hollywood Studios is I've mentioned before that Hollywood Studios has an identity crisis because it doesn't know whether or not it wants to be like a movie park, because it seems that current Disney is just kind of you know, like erasing a lot of that history, you know, like changing the Great Movie Ride and stuff, and then just haphazardly throwing Star Wars and Toy Story at it, even though it doesn't really match or fix at all with the ride or the, you know, the actual theme of the park, which was supposed to be like a studio complex. Monsters Inc., however, the more I think about it, I think actually works for Hollywood Studios because they're actually like making Monsters Inc. It's a complex. It's like, I mean, it's not really a movie studio, but it's industrial. And while industrial is not particularly the best theme for like a theme park, if there's actually, but what makes it work for the park is because it kind of has like a little bit of a behind the scenes sort of vibe to it, kind of similar to how like Disney had the backlot tour, or their equivalent of the backlot tour for a few years, and actually filmed stuff there and actually use it as a working movie set. And when you see Monsters Inc., you can see that it has a lot of organization. It's very similar to, I guess, it has that kind of like behind the scenes production feel that you would find in like Hollywood or something. That's why I think it would actually fit well in this park, and actually why that this might be a reason why I would go back to Walt Disney World. If you like last year, like if you asked me last year about this, I would have said no. But all that. Now, this isn't to say that Disney has completely redeemed themselves in the parks for me. Frack no. I still hope Universal freaking stomps them with freaking Epic Universe, because that park's going to be freaking amazing. But it is something that turned my head. Also, the tease for the Villains Land. If they actually do Villains Land, I will go back. That is one thing. Disney, I will make a deal with you right now. If you actually follow through on Villain Land, do not replace anything and basically put in a spiritual successor to the Dragon Coaster that was cut from Animal Kingdom. I will go back. That's my deal. If you could fulfill all of those, I will go back. But if not, then I'll be going back to Universal in the meantime. I refused to watch the new Lion King as I saw the trailer and I was not impressed. I didn't watch it either. I'm also not watching the new Mufasa movie. I will at least give them credit. The Mufasa movie actually looks like they actually gave characters emotion for once, but it's not enough to convince me to go see it. Also, not to mention, a lot of the marketing material looks suspiciously AI generated. I don't know if anyone else noticed that, but it's yeah. They did release a model of the ride. The Monsters Inc. ride. If they did, send me if they did, send me a DM. I'm not sure if I've seen it. Sadly, I saw the Lion King remake. My family was visiting Hawaii in 2019 when the movie came out at the time, and for whatever reason, mom and dad chose to see that movie. My sympathies. You go to Hawaii, and there's a whole bunch of really cool things to do there, and, you know, you go see freaking Lion King remake instead. I'm sorry, man. That bites. Oh, one more stipulation for Villain's Land. One more stipulation for Villain's Land. So, they actually build it in a place that doesn't replace anything, includes a spiritual successor to the Dragon Coaster. One more stipulation for Villain's Land. No modern twist villains. I'm serious. No modern twist villains. I don't want freaking Magnifico from Wish there. No. I want Jafar. I want Maleficent. I want Ursula. I want Scar. I want Captain Hook. I want Cruella de Vil. I want those villains. Those villains who are out for to be evil. I want those villains. I don't want Hans. I don't want Magnifico. I don't want any of the twist villains they've done. None of them. I don't care for them. I don't really like them. Give me the pure evil villains. That's what I want. That's your fourth stipulation, Disney. If you want me to go back to your parks, you got to do that. Or at least you want me to go back to Magic Kingdom. That's what you need to do. I also refuse to see the live-action Little Mermaid for the fact that the girl who played Ariel looked nothing like her. Yeah, Little Mermaid is just something that's a whole other thing. Hey, spoilers! Not all seen Wish, dude. It's in the marketing material. The marketing material of Wish very much, it very much builds up that character to being the villain. Like, I didn't see the movie. All I saw was promotional images, and I just thought, that's the villain. And then I saw a review of the movie after that, and I was like, oh, okay. That's what I missed out on. Alright, glad to know I didn't miss out on anything. Okay, I'm sorry. I just saw a Discord message that made me laugh. Alright, so Curran sent me apparently the model for Monsters Inc. Land and the Monsters Inc. coaster model. So let's take a look at that if we can or not. Well, yeah, we've seen that already. Alright, so this, what it looks like. No, I don't want to be a member. Monsters Inc. themed coaster. It doesn't even have an official name yet. Oh, great. It's another multiple track thing. So you got to write this thing like freaking 10 times. What about Professor Ratigan? Ratigan's a good villain, but I don't think he would be a popular one to be included in a Villain's Land, you know? I mean, I like Frollo from Hunchback, but they're probably not going to add him. A good villain can make or break a series. I didn't see the marketing material either. I've been bad at keeping up with more recent Disney movies, so it's okay then, you know? I mean, anyone who's wanted to see Wish had an opportunity to and probably seen it already. But yeah, Disney has been like on some weird addiction when it comes to twist villains. They've done it for almost a decade now, and I hate it. I really hate it. I also don't like it how it's like, oh, movies can't have a villain anymore because, you know, oh, life itself is the villain or something, or traumatic flashback is villain. And it's really stupid. But yeah, this looks like another one of those cases where you have to ride the coaster like 10 times just to actually get the full experience because, you know, which makes sense because, you know, the door tracking on the movie, it, you know, switches a lot. So that does make sense. This doesn't really tell me a whole lot else about the ride, though. I guess we'll see, though. It looks like there's a big spaghetti bowl section here, and these will probably be show scenes. Excuse me. Thinking about the Killer Roller Coaster made me think of a Dead Kennedy song, Funland at the Beach. I've not heard that one, but I have heard a Police Truck because of Tony Hawk. Did you ever see the live action Peter Pan, just called Pan? It was actually pretty damn good to me, at least. I don't think so. Um, I remember seeing one live action Peter Pan film, but this was back in the 2000s. I don't know if it was that one or if this was a more recent one. I know you're not talking about Peter Pan and Wendy. I heard that one was freaking awful. Um, had a twist of Hook being a good guy. Well, if you want to go back to the original story of Peter Pan, I mean, Peter Pan is, you know, kind of a prick. Not a great character. Not a good role model to have, you know. Look up the video yourself. Well, I might have to off stream because, you know, I don't want to get copyright struck for, like, using copyrighted music or anything. But yeah, I did have to take a moment just to talk about Monsters Inc. because I was actually kind of hoping they would do something with this franchise. Now, I'm one of the kind of guys who doesn't necessarily like Disney attractions where it just slaps an IP on it, especially when it has like no sense with like the land or the park that it's in, where the parks in Walt Disney World were very carefully designed and curated to be about something specific, and the attractions were really thought out to really capture the essence of those themes in the park. And recent Disney has not really done that. Instead, they've just done a lot of like soulless additions that don't really honor the park's legacy, nor do they really keep up with what the park is trying to be. Look no further than Epcot and how they butchered that park. Sorry, couldn't YouTube first learned about Dead Kennedys were Tony Hawk. I'm sure a lot of people did because everyone's heard of Police Truck from Dead Kennedys. Like anyone who's played Tony Hawk knows what that song is. But yeah, this might be a coaster that might get me back to Disney. We'll see. My money is that it's a Vekoma family suspended coaster. Um, I don't know if it'll be good. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. I don't know. But this is something I kind of wanted to talk about. We don't really have much information aside from this, and yeah. But now let's actually move on to something I am actually really, really excited for. Let me go back to here so I can build up some suspense while I go ahead and pull it up on here off screen. All right, this one will work just as well. Okay. In high school, I got chose to go on a trip to Washington D.C. to the National Young Leaders Conference. How come everyone gets to go on really cool trips in school except for me? Like almost everyone I know is like, oh yeah, when I was in high school, I was in band class and we went to like this and this and this place. I know someone whose band class went to freaking London. Like what? I want to go to London. I want to go to places from school and stuff. And I never got that. I never had that chance. When I arrived at the Arlington airport, and I had to go to the bathroom installed. I went to had graffiti on it with their DK logo and the band name Dead Kennedys. I read DK and I think of Donkey Kong. I'm sorry. But anyways, as some of you guys know, Universal is opening a third park in Florida called Epic Universe, and it looks phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Like it is my literal dream park. And I don't say that necessarily just because it has Nintendo Land and How to Train Your Dragon Land. Although those are very big portions of it. The way that they're setting up this park, the way they're designing it, and how it's going to play out as you explore the park is so unique and refreshing for theme parks. It's basically supposed to be like a world hopping adventure. And I think that's really cool and basically what theme parks are made to do, to transport you to different worlds and do so in an immersive and convincing way. and Epic Universe, I think, is going to be the best example of doing that. And of course, I can't do a National Roller Coaster Day video without talking about their flagship coasters that look freaking amazeballs. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you've seen these yet, but if you haven't, allow me to introduce you guys to Stardust Racers. A lot of combination of like just concept art along with CG POV or CGV. And now we actually see the progress of the park. While the park is still in development, Stardust Racers is complete. And now it just needs to be tested and everything. Also, this portion right here is going to be all How to Train Your Dragon themed. I am so freaking excited. This is the How to Train Your Dragon roller coaster. It's like, what is it? Hiccup's Wing Gliders, that's what it is. Dustin Burr redeemed. Gosh, I love On Scream Celebration for 40 bits, dude. Thank you for that. For some reason, it makes me think of Final Fantasy. Oh, is it because of the scantily clad girl statue we saw here? Hopping off, have a great night. You know, all right, see you later, Dusk. Always good to have you. Thanks for joining. They really like showing off the celestial spin element. Because lots of copyright for the last name Starfall. Yeah, I'm familiar with that they had to change the name. No, actually. Okay, well, either way, it does kind of have that. Again, you're going to another world. You're going somewhere that you've never been to. You know, it's that kind of feel, that kind of sense of discovery that the park is trying to pull off, and I think it's going to pull it off rather well. But yes, Stardust Racers is a dueling Mach roller coaster. Mach, as in it's made by Mach Rides, which I am very happy about. Not necessarily because of Mach Rides, but because it's another dueling coaster, something that Universal has been without for far too long, something that they used to have, no longer have, and now is getting another one, and I cannot be happier with this. Now, I don't know whether or not this is going to be Universal's best coaster, because it's going to be really freaking hard to top Velocicoaster, because that thing is phenomenal. I love it to death, and it's by far the best coaster that they have on property. This, I don't know if it'll beat it, though, but it's very, very impressive. Dueling coasters really add another thing to the experience. Dueling Dragons, when they had that in Islands of Adventure, I actually never rode it when they dueled. My brother and sister did it, and I am forever jealous of them for doing that. But I eventually did go back and was able to ride them back when it was known as Dragon Challenge. Now, the reason why I wasn't able to ride Dueling Dragons was because I was too short. And, like, we went to Islands of Adventure, like, the year after it opened. Like, it was fresh, brand new when we went. And Dragon Challenge was a bucket list item for me. And I was too short to ride it. And I was so mad. I was so freaking upset. I never got the chance to go back until 2015, and by then I was 21, and the theme was changed. Hogwarts was added. Now it's known as Dragon Challenge and no longer Duel, but at least I rode them. But dueling coasters are a whole other beast, and I am so glad that they're building another one. Now, one detail that's actually really freaking cool, and and I just learned about this recently. The track itself is not going to have any kind of light package, so they're not going to light it up at night. They're only going to light up the trains. And if you saw from the trains here, the trains all have some like all kinds of like lights and stuff on it. The idea is that at night the trains are going to look like comets flying through the night sky because the track is going to be completely dark. I think that's really really cool and just going to add up like a really cool like magical sense to the park overall. You know, like normally I don't use the word magic unless like referring to like Disney parks or something, but you know, they haven't really captured that in like years now. So the fact that Universal is really stepping up their game and introducing magic back into theme parks is, you know, something that you would expect Disney to take note of. I still find it hilarious Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey is a thing, and the sequel is out. I'm not shocked, dude. Because the problem with public domain is that it is a killer for creativity. I actually want to check out Dark Universe. Dark Universe actually looks really cool. I was actually really impressed with how they were going about doing it. Dark Universe was one of the worlds that I was not as super excited to go to, mostly because I mean, I like gothic horror, but I'm not like super huge into it. But once they put out that whole presentation talking about Dark Universe and going over all the attractions that they're doing for it, the Frankenstein Manor ride catches my attention. I am a little hesitant as to whether or not it's going to live up to how it looked like in the promo video, but I guess we'll see in time. Curse of the Werewolf is a mock spinner, and that's going to be interesting, even though I think there's one major design flaw to it. They'll have a roller coaster there called Curse of the Werewolf. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's a mock spinner. It has one major flaw, and it's the fact that it's a spinning coaster. Now, reason why that's a problem. Actually, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't share. I mean, anyone who knows about the coaster knows about what I'm probably going to reference, but in case for anyone who doesn't know, I'm actually going to leave that as a surprise. I'm not going to talk about that. But I'm just saying, the fact that it's a spinning coaster makes the thing that I was going to mention less impactful. It's not necessarily going to it's not going to result in the desired effect that they're going for. That's my main concern with it. That was a while ago. That's the one we just watched. We could watch the POV comparison. Was this the POV? Yeah, I think this is. Well, it's a POV-ish. But yeah, we'll check this out. Yeah, for those who are not familiar with this ride's layouts. This is back when it was still called Starfall Racers, not Stardust Racers. One problem I do have with this ride is honestly just the coloring. The yellow track's fine, but then there's also like this gross olive green for the other track, and I'm just like, it's not the most appealing color. Like, really? You couldn't have done any other color? Like, not like a orange or something. It had to be like an olive green, but alright. Two dueling 5,000 Longfoot tracks. And they're probably going to have like some kind of effect on here, like they kind of did with the Velocicoaster, where there's screens on either side where you see the Raptors, and then they run out, and that's when the launch begins. So they'll probably do something with this space here. And it starts with big old top hats on both of them. 62 miles per hour. The nice dueling swooping turns are really, really cool. I like that a lot. 2 launches, and then it goes into the Celestial Spin, which just looks like an incredible dueling element. Race to see who's the fastest of them all. Let's go for a ride, shall we? Here we go. Oh no, we gotta set up attention. We gotta set up the anticipation first. Nice garage door here. We gotta hurry, they're beating us! Olive Green is beating us! Ew! That'll be a nice floater moment there. Decent ejector moment there. Good ejector moment there. Very airtime filled this first half. Holy crap! Then we got the swoop, and then we got the second launch. And the Celestial Spin is just gonna be like mind-blowing. It's so good, we have to see it on the olive green track too. Nice tall overbank. Now we're back on the yellow track. I really hope this music doesn't get me copyright struck. You know, looking at that again, I gotta say, Velocicoaster does have some, it has some competition. It has some massive competition. Alright, Marvin Martian, where's the kaboom? There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. I mean, hey, we're in space, I guess, on this coaster, so I guess that works fine. Now, I see this video suggested to me, the Donkey Kong Coaster POV. I'm actually not going to watch that. I actually want to be surprised by that one. I don't want to watch the POVs of everything before I ride it. And the Donkey Kong Coaster is one that I kind of want to experience for myself before I even, you know, learn more about it, if that makes sense. What about Minecart Madness? Yeah. Minecart Madness, again, I don't want to watch the POV for. I'm actually going to be riding it this year. The one in Japan. I forgot to mention that. Because I believe their Donkey Kong Land, when does it open? Hold on. Okay, they don't have a release date, but it says second half of 2024. I'm going to be in Japan October and November this year, so hopefully it'll be ready by then, and I'll be able to ride it while I'm there because I'm going to be in the area. So really looking forward to that. I'm excited for that. I don't know if if Epic Universe's version is going to be any different. Well, I guess we'll see. But yeah, I'm not going to watch the Minecart Madness POV. I want to be surprised by it, by actually riding it. But yeah. So that's Stardust Racers. That is, yeah. This is going to be, there's a lot of things to say that I'm excited for Epic Universe, but this is definitely, like, top 3. Like, top 3 things about Epic Universe I'm most excited for. I'll still wait for Pokemon Land. Who knows if even that's going to happen? It probably will at some point, but not right away. And, you know, why wait? Well, you know, why wait? I mean, the park looks solid enough as is. It looks freaking phenomenal, just even as is. With the stuff that they have right now, it is prime and ready to take my spot as my favorite theme park ever. even without Pokemon Land. But I can't even tell you how excited I am. I am going. I won't go to opening. Not going to opening. I'm making it very clear that I will not go to the opening of Epic Universe because that's just going to be absolute madness. I don't want to be a part of it. So I will go probably a few months after it opens, where hopefully the opening day crowds are dying down, and so it won't nearly be as bad. But yeah, let's watch the Celestial spin again. Oh, that's gonna be great. That's gonna be great. Now, I do wonder and worry how the station is going to be designed and built, because naturally there's going to be people who are like, "Hey, I want to ride this side, and my friend wants to ride this side, and we want to ride together and race on the same circuit, or race at the same time on the same dispatch." And I just wonder how they're going to manage that, because I remember with Dragon Challenge, the way they did it is that right before you get to the station of either side, there's a split, and that's when you choose. And then it's only like a small walkway away from the actual station. I don't really remember it being very easy to coordinate with the other station, at least that I recall. But yeah, easy, 2 different entrances and exits. Well, yeah, of course, but I mean, like, if you and I are going to this park, and we want to ride this ride, I want to ride the yellow side, you want to ride the ugly olive green side because you have poor taste. Just kidding, but and you know what I mean. You want to ride one side, I want to ride the other, and we want to race each other. That's how I wonder. That's what I wonder how they're going to manage that, because naturally there's going to be people who want to do that, and you can have 2 entrances and 2 exits, but you also have to kind of coordinate, like, "Hi, I'm here, you're over there. Oh crap, it's my turn to go on next, but you have people in front of you. You wait, you other people behind me, go. Like, do we have to do that, or what? You know, I never really found like I'm not sure whether or not there's really a perfect way to, plan that and organize that for people who want to race on opposite sides of the track. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm curious to learn about. I'm sure they'll have something. I do kind of wish there was a POV video that also showed like the full of the olive green side, because even though they're very similar by terms of elements, one side is probably still going to be better than the other. That was the case with Dueling Dragons, because the blue side was actually better than the red side, for various reasons. Actually, what was it? The Reds? I can't remember. And that's the sad thing too, is forgetting things like that, and that makes me worried. One of my biggest worries about growing old is forgetting things. Forgetting memories. Getting stuff like dementia terrifies me, because it feels like that once I get that, there goes all the good times, and that makes me worried. Yeah, and now we've gone all dark and sentimental here on the stream, and that's great. We need to lighten up. We need some excitement. We need some excitement. We need to be happy. Yay! It's roller coaster day. There's no need to be sad. Come on now. But yeah, that is Stardust Racers. I could also look up stuff for the Curse of the Werewolf coaster and Hiccup's Wing Gliders, and of course the Donkey Kong one. But I think I'm going to forego those tonight, because I think those will be better experienced if you ride them yourselves. With Stardust Racers, this is all out in the open. Like, you're going to see like everything about it, except for maybe like what's in the first launch, because the first launch will probably be something cool. I'm not expecting like a whole lot, probably just like some space effects, but you know, we'll see that when it happens. Um, yeah, how long are we going for? About 2.5 now. Okay, I think we're going to take a little bit of an intermission. I'm going to say maybe 10 to 15 minute break, and then we will come back and we're going to do something else. We're going to change gears a little bit. It's still going to be theme park related, but I think we're good. I think we're good talking about newer coaster editions. So we're going to come back later and shift gears into something else. So I'm going to go back to here, and I will see you guys in the next little bit. Again, about 10 to 15 minutes or so. So if you need to get up and stretch, use the bathroom, feel free to do so. I will probably do that also on my end here. And when we get back, we will continue the stream. It will go into part 2. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. But until then, I will see you guys later. And until then, take it easy. Turn on the music back on. And yeah, I'll see you guys at 10 and 15. Note to self: freaking mute your mic when you go on intermission, Chief. You think you'd know that by now? For so you've been streaming for freaking how long now? And you've got to do that of all things? Embarrassing. But anyways, we're back. We're back in stream. How you guys doing? Back from intermission. Oh, I needed that. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, yeah, that felt great. Yeah. Just went ahead and popped my back. That was very needed. Very necessary. Matt Macro Pika in chat says, I'm honestly excited for what both Disney and Universal have cooking up in the coming years. I'm not sure if you were here for my a little discussion about Disney editions a little earlier in the stream, but most of the Disney editions don't really do anything for me. The only thing that somewhat made me turn my head was the Monsters Inc. roller coaster and the possible addition of a Villain's Land. That's really about it. Everything else I'm not particularly excited for. But yeah, Universal on the other hand, I am hyped as heck for Epic Universe. I think Epic Universe is going to be phenomenal. I think it's going to be... I'm not sure whether or not it's going to be the park that overtakes Disney in terms of attendance, but it's definitely going to close the gap a lot, at the very least. And I'm really excited for that. And like I said, I'm planning a trip there. Anyways, let's go ahead and turn off the music. And like I said before we left for intermission, that we were going to shift gears for a second. We were going to jump into something else. And that little something else is a game I've played on stream before, but I haven't played it in a while. In fact, according to my Steam record, the last time I played this game was August 16th of last year. So apparently I also did this for National Roller Coaster Day. So I guess it's tradition now at this point. Let's see if I remember how to play. And see if I can get back into the swing of things with this game. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to play some Parkitect. The game that I still personally I think is a perfect balance between Roller Coaster Tycoon and Planet Coaster. While the game doesn't have my favorite coaster customization options, it has one of my more favorite park management systems, and that's the big thing. That's the thing that for me makes a solid sim, makes a solid park sim is good park management mechanics. And I don't really like Planet Coasters that much because I think they're way too micromanagey. This one I think cuts away a lot of the bull crap that I think makes Planet Coaster not nearly as fun. But this one, I believe is the opposite. I think this one is actually quite fun and enjoyable. And if we can load the title screen, I can hopefully get the settings that actually full screen this game. There we are. Yeah, there we go. Alright, we were in the middle of a campaign. Dragon Bobslayer, what the heck? Oh, the Ox24 challenge. Yeah, I still need to get around to actually doing just like a design stream one of these days on either Parkitect or No Limits. I really want to play No Limits. I really want to do something with that. Coral Caldera, a wealthy entrepreneur, has purchased this idyllic caldera in the middle of the ocean and wishes it to turn into a bustling attraction. Park entrance needs to remain free. Scenario: have an overall park rating of at least 70%. Sell at least 500 park tickets. Well, if park entrance is going to be free, you know, that shouldn't be too hard to do. Optional, sell at least 400 park tickets. Complete all non-optional goals by the end of year 2. Alright, so I just need to focus more on park rating and getting people to the park. This is what I need to focus on more on. I don't need to focus a ton on development, it sounds like. Just more on delivering just a solid guest experience that's able to bring people in. Alright, let's see if I remember how to play this. Okay, I could use WASD or the scrolling button on my thing. What was the button to rotate the camera? Okay, X is hide the HUD. Q and E. There we are. Alrighty. So park entrance is here. People got to come in by boat, it seems. Okay, how much money do I have? Okay. Alright, let us go ahead and what do I start with? Should probably start with some depots and a staff room. Okay, shift for height. Now, I do know that you kind of want to hide your staff buildings. So we're going to do this. Plant some trees. Oh, wait. These need to have special utility walkways because staff is special. We need to get a ride on here. Let's do a carousel. Not of progress, but just a carousel. Oh, rotate is space. Would help if I actually looked at the effing HUD every now and then. Don't you think, Chief? I need to make a depot. Okay, you need like a walkway that can go down. Okay, you should be getting stuff now. Let's also add a hot dog. Mario Maker Theme Park Edition. I think you can also make parks where you can have other people play them. I want to say that's a thing. Sounds like something Planet Coaster would do. Alright, let's do a thrill ride. About a ship. And to keep up with theming, let's put it over by the water. Right here's fine. I do remember that. Finish that up. Okay. Unlock Steel Coaster if I sell 400 park tickets. Again, I just need to get people in the park because park admission's going to be free. That's going to suck because that's usually a pretty key revenue source. I should probably hire some staff too. Oops, no, that needs to be utility road. Employee path, or whatever you want to call it. If... Excuse me. Sorry, just random coughing fit for some... random coughing fit jump scare for some reason. I just realized how little space I have to work with. Holy crap! This is definitely not a park that I'm able to really expand a lot or put a lot of large attractions in. It's probably why they don't want me spending a lot of... That's probably why they didn't... the park entrance to be free. You know, I gotta work with that without that revenue source. You mind me just taking a cough drop? But I need to build a roller coaster here. I need to build at least one. I could probably build a wild mouse. There we are. That's a lot of blocks. But it's also a wild mouse, so I guess that makes sense. Dragon needs to stop smoking. I'm not smoking. I'm breathing. trying to think how I want to build the path from here. I'll probably extend the path out this way and put a path along the waterfronts here. You know, nice and pretty. Maybe put some attractions, those open areas there. Yeah, let's go for that. Okay. And now, let's build some benches so people can actually sit and appreciate the beauty of wonders of nature. There we are. Beautiful. We should probably also add some trash bins, some candy-themed trash bin, or I can make a Twinkie bench. Dude, I want to sit on a Twinkie bench. That's awesome. Oh, photo spot. Okay. Didn't know I had those. Sure. Let's put one there for the lake. And yeah. And maybe one for the trees here. Now, I need garbage cans. Don't really care too much for the colors. I'm only just doing the campaign. I'm not, like, making my dream park or anything. If I was making my dream park, I'd be a little more specific. Let's put some bubble tea right here. Should probably put something here, or attraction of some kind, to kind of block the view of that. Enterprise, nah. Wave swinger. That's actually, I think, it might do better if it was, like, here, more by the lake. Or maybe over here. Sure, we'll put it here. Oh, dang it. Stupid. Just need to move it over here. That's not what I wanted. No one's riding the wild mouse. I can't get the flying mouse. Why can't you get the flying mouse? Is this not the entrance to it? Who the F designed this? Oh, the queue starts there? Oh, are you kidding me? That's dumb. I was here. Well, it's late for that now. There. Get on the effing wild mouse. Nah, forget the trash cans. Just let the visitors throw their trash anywhere. I mean, it's not like I'm really going to be going back to this park after I, you know, beat all the objectives or anything. And someone already knocked one over. What the heck? The actual heck, people. Ridiculous. But I do need to worry about the park rating. The park rating is kind of the main one that I need to keep up with. It is going up. But to get a good park rating, I need to, like, keep up appearances in the park. Oh, no, the freaking wild mouth has to be close to a thunderstorm. Well, normally in real life, that would not be the case, because the wild mouse coasters are not particularly that tall. But with it being like the tallest structure on an island in the middle of nowhere, I guess that makes sense. Well, no one wants to freaking ride anything on the, although I got a top spin now. Nice! That gives me another thing I can do. I can build a cliffhanger. There's a supply shortage of tea, increasing prices by 48%. Alright, let's, put you... Yeah, we'll put you here. And it's green! It's green! That's me! What kind of theming can I put here? Basalt pillar. Sure, it's as good as any, I guess. Make it look like the Irish coast or something. It's green. Frickin' people, stop breaking my infrastructure! I just built this crap! I need to hire more haulers. Freaking guests. You just broke my bed, you jerk face! Okay, the mechanics can fit the packages. Okay, so it's a little different than Roller Coaster Tycoon because you had to kind of just replace your benches whenever they broke in there. Let's put another bathroom here. Beautiful. Excellent. Wonderful. Fantastic. Says the guest. What do we got for junior coasters? Bamboo Boa. Kind of work here. Just need to clear some trees. I'll hold off on that for now. Where are we at for park rating? Hold the goals at 100% completion for 1 month to win. Well, that doesn't mean I have to put the park rating at 100% because that would be easier said than done. Yeah, I think people just come in on ferries, even though you don't see them. Vandalized objects. Oh, is that what they're calling it? What are you doing there? All right. How are we doing price-wise? Well, I should probably... well, I need to get an advertisement on the park in there. Well, do I have enough infrastructure and stuff to really handle more capacity? Is probably the question I should be thinking of. Because I need to get to 800 park tickets. I need to get people in. But at the same time, I don't want to overflood the park to where people get annoyed that it's overcrowded. So I feel like I have to do that at the right time. Yeah, let's put a monorail on the thing. Why not? I could put a paddle boat things here. I could totally do that. What do I have for log flume designs? The log flume might actually work pretty well here. It's quite a large footprint. Sure, I'll be able to fit that. Oh wow, look at that. Jagged Creek Logging Company. I wonder what that's inspired from. A bus dropped off 15 guests who prefer medium intensity rides. Well, we got the top spin and the pirate ship. I think those are medium intensity. Can we put the bumper cars somewhere? Yeah, we can put them over here. Swinging shift is broken. Restraint stuck open. And I'm pretty sure the wild mouse I built here is medium intensity. Yeah, so, you know, they'll have options. I remember a similar game in middle school with a safari park, like Zoo Tycoon? Also a game with a dinosaur park. Also a Jurassic Park Evolution? Even though I know those are probably not what you're referring to. This guy's walking some... wandering around too tired to work. Can't get this out. Oh, okay. I put the staff room at the wrong place, basically. My mistake. Okay, let's get rid of that. And let's actually build a staff room here. Sorry, I forgot I kind of had to actually connect all this stuff to where employees can be accessible. It's been a while since I played this game, okay? Forgive me. But now you have a staff room. Now you can take breaks and stuff. Zoo Tycoon might have been what it was called. I don't remember. Well, Zoo Tycoon is the only one that I know of off the top of my head that's a zoo sim. Apparently it was. Nice. Where are my janitors? You, come here. Clean this mess up. Right now. Taking a rest, but when people can see. This would never fly at a chain park. Yo, buddy, go take a rest. How many hollers do I have? I only have 3. I need to hire one more. Alright, let's alright, what do I want to build? Increase popularity during rain. That could be helpful. It seems to rain here an awful lot. Sure, let's build the bumper cars. Bumper cars are always fun. Do I also get my mechanics to upright the trash cans? They do for $6. It's weird how my mechanic has to be the person to upright garbage cans. Usually you think that'd be the janitor's job. Wait. Stupid. You'd think I'd know that. Come on. The Dino game might have been Dino Park Tycoon. Screenshots on Google do look familiar. Now that I was actually not aware of. I did not know there was a Dino Park variant. Alright, we're almost at 70% park rating. Let's go ahead and do that advertising campaign and get some more people in. I think we've gotten to a point to where, you know, the foot traffic's going to be dispersed out. But I should probably put something back here. Can I click on them and they do something? Nope. Okay. Sad. Because in Roller Coaster Tycoon, if you can click on the ducks, they do a quacking sound. It's adorable. Control failure. Okay. This is going to be a high capacity ride. I need this. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Now let's replant some trees that I had to close out for that. Let's get a nice old fir tree right there. Does not match, but you know what? I don't care. We got palm trees too. Sakura trees, nice. A spooky tree. Game saved. The computer games that really stand out to me from the 90s were the underwater fish game where you eat other fish, the Secret Island of Dr. Quandary, and Trogo Trouble. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with those. Odell Down Under was the fish game. Okay, because the one I was thinking of was Freddy Fish. Maybe I'll play some of those games sometime on stream. I actually do have a stream planned for back to school time. Looking forward to that. I'll be playing some old PC games from my childhood then. I'm excited for those. So those will probably premiere later this month. We'll see. It also might depend on when I get done with Hades. Because originally this was going to be a Hades stream tonight until I remembered, oh yeah, wait, it's roller coaster day. I need to do something special because I'm a coaster nerd. I need an outlet and, you know, subject all you guys to my crazy rantings and ramblings about roller coasters and stuff, and then play a roller coaster related game. He says as he builds a log flume in one roller coaster. Sounds about right to me. A castle. It's been fun to hear. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad that you guys can find some value out of it. I really do. Hire 100 employees. Oh, it's because of that. Okay. Didn't know you were so interested in them. Oh yeah, they're one of my biggest passions. Like, I love roller coasters. Like, they're up there with, like, video games and yo-yos among my biggest passions. And, you know, what I love most. The joys in my life. They are very, very high up there. Clockwork is now available. Neat. I can build the villain from Sly Cooper. I could build one of these, but it's going to eat up the rest of my entire budget. I heard you chatting about King's Dominion, which is the park near me. Were you here when I was talking about Rapterra? Their new launched wing coaster that they're getting next year? Because I talked a little bit about that. And how I wasn't sure whether or not it was going to be a suitable replacement for Volcano. Or whether or not it's going to pull people out from Busch Gardens. Well, I think naturally it's going to pull people from Busch Gardens because, you know, Busch Gardens, at least so far, has not announced a new addition to their park. Which I honestly don't really expect it because, you know, it just got Dark Coaster this year, I believe. But yeah, so one of these days I'll make my way out to Virginia and go to King's Dominion and Busch Gardens. They're on my bucket list. They are bucket list parks. More so Busch Gardens, but King's Dominion will be fun too, I'm sure. They are both really nice parks. That's what I hear. That's what I hear, and I really want to, you know, see them for myself. Whoa, what the heck? Where are you going? Oh, I have 2 bubble tea stands? Oh. Duh. Been to Busch Gardens, Williamsburg a few times. Well, it's more than I've been to. You've been there since Pantheon opened? Because I really want to ride Pantheon. Hey, Actor Alice, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just playing some Parkitect after talking a lot about roller coasters and new rides coming out next year. It's exciting stuff. How you doing? Not as many people are flocking to the log flume as I thought they would. I have not been there for that one. Sad. I need to make it my way out over there. Pantheon looks so much fun. I'm doing alright, just got off work about an hour ago, now just chilling. Work is going to be really rough tomorrow, then Sunday's my day off. I'm also trying to come up with script/video ideas. Well, hopefully you got some that come to you. I can probably get rid of these trees now since I don't need them anymore. But now I have this space that I can open up to something. I have enough to build that clockwork now. So let's go ahead and do that. I should probably build like some benches and trash cans some more. Yeah, I have some animation stories I'd love to do, but some are hard to come up with titles if I don't have a strong story to support it. That's a topic for another time. How's your theme park? Very small. Like a very small. Very small. You see, my park is kind of like a donut, and I just have this little space to deal with. I mean, I could expand out to the more hilly areas. But I also have to worry about the, the cost of like tree removal or something. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to do that. Someone on the radio mentioned Topspin. The ride will increase in customers for a time. Heck yeah, marketing, man, getting the word out there. That's what I like. That's what I like to hear. Is your park on an island? How big are you planning to make the park? I'm not really planning on making it or expanding on it. I'm doing the campaign, and so I'm just trying to achieve certain objectives. And those objectives are getting a park ready to 70%, which I have done, and still 800 park tickets, but the stipulation is that my park tickets are free, so it shouldn't be too easy. It shouldn't be too hard to get people through the gates. Overall park rating is 70. That's good. I need to maintain that. Excuse me. I need to maintain that. There are no high-intensity rides around here that interest me. Well, I don't really have a lot of room to build any high-intensity rides. Well, this clockwork counts as one. It's medium intensity. It's better than nothing, I guess. I need like a Maybe like a drop tower or something. Or I guess I could. I guess I could in the Enterprise, but yeah. I'll be lurking, my friend. Keep up the great work. I'll do my best, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, and thanks for the support. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, and I'm affiliate now too. So you know, there's other ways to support too. If I'm a shameless plug, since I'm a Twitch affiliate, you're also able to subscribe to me. I will be streaming a lot more often than I used to be, so I have now more incentive to be streaming. I also have a tip jar open. I got bits now. You know, all sorts of great stuff now are available to me. Lots of good stuff. Will you not tip over my trash cans? People. This is so dumb. Juan House. Go fix my stuff. You get a founder's badge. You do get a founder's badge if you sub. And you will be heckin' appreciated. I got badges on Facebook, Instagram, and Tumblr, and I'm like, thanks, I guess, since when does social media have, like, Xbox achievements? It's to, it's kind of to prey on the addictive part of your brain, that finds stuff addicting. That's why, a lot of people go for achievements. You know, it's to condition you to keep coming back and to keep, you know, interacting with the platform. And that's the case across pretty much any platform that does something like that. Alright, I do have thrill rides as my focus, so I should be fine. Oh, a topple tower. Oh, God, those things. I forgot those were in this game. They only built like 3 of them ever because it's such a bad ride model. But it will probably be just what this park needs. It has a small footprint. It's thrilling, and I think people will like it. If people are wanting more thrill rides here. Park advertisement ended, effectiveness 67%. Well, we tried. I'll probably do another one sometime. I might have to take out a loan, though, for that. How about a vending machine? I guess that might be why DeviantArt introduced llama badges too. I never really understood them, but I often give a llama to people who follow me. Yeah, I don't know. I found that the people who usually give out llama badges are those who are like super dedicated to the site. Why can't you get to the vending machine? Do you need to go out to the... Oh, okay, okay. You need to go to the front of the vending machine. You can't go in from behind. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm smart. I know how to run a park. I swear. I actually probably don't. I'm doing my best, okay? Yeah, I see it. Yeah, don't worry, I see it. I'm gonna have to, well, let's save here really quick, like. Because I can't quite, actually, no, I could just do this. There we go. You can set up some mods who can take care of those while you stream. I know. I just don't have the. I just don't have people who are, you know, willing to be mods on my stream. I will look into that. So, doing with Seribots. Our group of vandals is roaming the park. Oh yeah, I don't think I even have any security. I think I probably should, but I probably should have, but no, let's go ahead and do that. Let's also hire some raptors. We gotta get some, you know, adorable mascot characters out running around and doing things. A raptor and shark will be just fine. That's pretty good. Nearly every day I have to block report bots following me on X, Twitter, and DeviantArt. Yeah, there's like a bot play going on practically every site on every platform, and it's kind of been that way for a while for a lot of these platforms. It's really annoying. Really, really freaking is. Where are my janitors? Let's hire one. Let's hire another one. Should probably hire another mechanic too, because everything seems to be breaking down now. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I'm still kind of a one-man show for the most part. I still really want to build that enterprise. There are 6 vandals remaining. Well, my security can do their job. They're competent, I'm sure. I trust them. I mean, they better freaking do it. Let's follow my little raptor guy. Oh, look at him. Look at him go. A big old zipper on the back. It's great. Very immersive. Yeah, he goes. He's walking around. He's gonna go roar at people. You wave at people. I like this guest doggy backpack. Oh, it's like a little pug. Adorable. I never noticed that before. Yeah, oh, they do slip speak. That's cool. Here he comes. Here he comes. Nice, using a big old monkey wrench to fix a bench. That'll do it. Oh no, my wild mouse broke. Again. Will you stop breaking down, wild mouse? Come on now. Voice cracking, peeking, peeking, Quality entertainment. Quality entertainment for all ages. What is... Oh god. What is with that... Oh, that's probably the, it's probably the wild mouse. That is a very unpleasant sound. Let's not do that again. No worries about being a one-man show. You're doing a fine job as you are. I'm trying, okay? There's only so much a one man can do. I'm still, yeah, like I said this at the beginning of the stream. I'm still kind of like learning, you know, still all the ins and outs. I've been streaming for a while, but you know, once I hit affiliate, and you know, I kind of need to up my game, I think. Oh, pets. Oh, I don't have the Mario World credits theme on my Stream Deck. That's sad. So it's okay. I'll just do this instead. Thank you for the pets. It was very nice. Thank you very much. I also need to get emotes made for the stream too, with Raldi and stuff. I really need to get that. I really need to get on that. I just need to find an artist who's willing to do it, or, you know. Cool. How's the research? Oh, I already got it? Ah, would you look at that? Now that's even more expensive than the Enterprise I was trying to build. So that's cool. Oh, crap. Alright, let's not do that again. That's what happens when you now are able to put the mouse cursor away off the game. Alright, I think it is about high time that we took out a loan. So we'll take out this one. It doesn't say I have to necessarily pay back the loan to complete the objectives. But people want a high-intensity attraction, and I'm going to give them a high-intensity attraction. Big ol' Enterprise. Even though I don't like these, sure the guests will. There, nice little snake of a queue line. Perfect. It's pretty funny when I got a Paul McCartney impersonator that DM'd me over Instagram. Yeah, the weird bots and stuff that you get when you're on social media for long enough. Freaking everyone is breaking my benches. Stop that. This is so frustrating. Freaking mechanics are fixing my benches more than they're fixing my rides. My gosh, security Security guards, do your job. Jesus. And that is really gross. Let's, do something about that. Oh, you're cleaning the hot dogs, store. Oh, there's my Sharky. Doesn't really look too much like a Sharky, but he's very finny. What are you doing in the line? You can't ride this. You can't ride this thing. Trying to entertain people while they're waiting in line, huh? Alright, well, fine. Well, good for you. Just make sure you keep doing your job well. Yeah, I should probably make more trash bins. Let's, do that, then. What's my park rating now? Still there, but a lot of people are complaining about the cleanliness. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, while you're done with that, clean this up. 'Cause that's really gross. Disgusting! Alright, I think it's time for another, advertising campaign. The Enterprise, maybe? Let's do that, and then we'll do one for the park as a whole. There is a shortage of ride parts. Safety will suffer. Why? What is it with this freaking game and the random stuff that keeps trying to hold me back? It happens in every one of these games, too. And of course. And like clockwork, my clockwork is broken. Great. Hooray, we did it. What did we do? I don't know, but something silly. This guy looks like he really needs to go. He really needs to go, so that's why he's going on the merry-go-round. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense, guy. I'm not your buddy, friend. He's not your friend, guy. Oh my god. Do I need to invest in, like, better benches? Like, these steel ones that don't fucking break? Yeah? Do I? Do I? I will if I have to. Well, we got the 400 at least. And that unlocks Steel Coaster, even though I probably won't be able to fit that here. Double Dragon, that's a good game. Dragon Slayer, also a decent game. Maybe I'll play the Dragon Slayer games on stream. I own them all, including Space Ace. And I can't build it over the water. There's not really much of anywhere good place I can build this. Now I'll worry about that later. I mean, I don't really need it. I should probably actually do a staff training room. I think that might be a smart thing to invest in for my staff. Just in case. I was going to marathon all of Don Bluth's films, and I plan on watching playthroughs of Dragon Slayer and Space Ace in between Nim and American Tail to be chronological. Huh. Could do that. Again, that is something I could do. Dragon Slayer and Space Ace. I could play those on stream should you guys want to sometime. I'd be totally down for it. I think that'd be fun. It's been a while since I played those, though. Alright, where is my mechanic? A mechanic, any mechanic. Come on, my park's not that big. I mean, should be, you know, hiding a lot. Ooh, lightning strikes. Don't strike my rides. I don't even know if lightning can strike your rides in this game. I hope not! That would suck. That would, like, super suck. And that's, like, something I do not want to put up with. Oh, Mom, I can't wait to go on that coaster in the rain. Yippee! 10 seconds later. Uh-huh. That's how I do it. And Mom would just be like, oh. Okay, how are we with... Rating still up. People are still finding it gross. Not sure if widening the footpaths would really help. What would really help is freaking people stop knocking over the trash cans. I think that'd be a great thing to start with. Where are you going? Where are you going? Come back over here. Funny thing, I watched Bluth's Disney Christmas film, The Small One, with a friend last year. My friend rather disliked it and thought the scene of the boy almost giving his donkey to a tanner was a bit overly dark. Yeah, that sounds dark. That is one I have not seen. I need to get around to watching that sometime. I just had you freaking repair those! This park has a massive vandalism problem. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. How many security guards do I have? Okay, you, come here. You're getting a zone. Okay, well, number one, you're getting trained. Alright, now, how do I set up zones for you guys? Oh, well, it's, no, close that. Okay. All vandals have left the park. Good. But I'm still actually gonna give you guys zones. Zone 1, there. Zone 2. Here. Zone 4. Wait. Okay. There. Now we have zones. You, zone 1. You, zone 2. You, zone 4. And you, zone 3. I also saw that I got a launch tower. Or a drop tower. Yeah, buddy, I want that. Preferably one that's a little taller. There. That costs a lot of money. But okay. Put it right at the front of the park. Right where everyone can see it. You guys want thrill rides? I'll give you thrill rides. It's a tall, big. I only learned that film existed because Bluth mentions it in his autobiography, and he even thinks it's crap. Wow, something actually is worse than Troll in Central Park? I'm shocked. I am shooketh. Alright, we are getting up to the 500 guests mark. Because my metal benches are working up pretty nicely. A bus dropped off 40 guests who prefer medium intensity rides. Well, good thing I have a good amount of those. Yeah, like someone go freaking ride top spin in the pirate ship. No one's riding those. And my log flume. Go ride my log flume, people. Come on. I know it's low intensity, but log flume's gonna be fun. Up, 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 and... I finally have an opportunity to use that sound! Yes! Thank you! Holy wow, this is a lot of people. Must be the people who are preferring medium intensity from the bus. Yes, come and spend all your money. Come give me all your money. Spend all here. And then come home poor and you cannot pay rent. Because this is more important. Don't worry about all the money that you had to pay your rent. Give it to me so I can pay my rent. Love that sound. Love that scream sound. It's like my favorite. It's like my favorite death screen in any video game. Park hours have ended. Effectiveness 50%. Nah. Not as good as I was hoping. If I could mod this game, I would add that sound effect to every time a drop tower dropped. Because it would be silly and get annoying really fast, but I would still enjoy it. Alright, so people are a little happier now. That is good to see. And yay! Everything's gonna break now! Hooray! I'm excited. Except not really. This is actually gonna suck. I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's such a good scream. And it fits so well. Well, what am I doing on research next? More go rides. They're working. Go-karts, huh? I need to put something here. That's a prime piece of real estate. I need it back here. $2.50 for the log flume. $4 for the launch tower. $10 for the wild mouse. $2.50 for swings. $3.50 for enterprise. $3 for clockwork. $3 for bumper cars. $3 for top spin, and $2.50 for swinging chip. You see, Diego gets it. Falling down is funny. And I get saved. Hooray! Save as an autosave. Hooray, it did it. Thank you so much, game. I don't really need that, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it regardless. Thank you. I still could put a paddle boat sting out on the lake, but I don't think it'll draw a lot of crowds. If people are not like going all the are like not riding the log flume, they're probably not going to care too much for the paddle boats, which is a ride that's even less thrilling. It's a nice relaxing one, but it seems that people going here really want like relatively thrilling stuff. There is a supply shortage of salt, increasing prices by 16%. Hooray! That garbage can is super full. Where are my janitors? Every time someone screams like that, it sounds like someone died. Well, it's a death scream from a game, so of course, you know, because your video game character dies after it goes, and he's falling down a hole because, you know, it's the scream is prolonged, the softer it gets, because, you know, he's falling down a hole, and it's really funny. But I am the weird kind of person who would find falling in video games and doing a funny scream is entertaining. I always appreciate a good fall and a good death scream. I had one from I had Wario's death scream from Mario Party on here, but I replaced it. It's like interchangeable between that and this.
So I missed.
Right now it's Though I Miss, but for a while it was his death scream, which is like this is also really funny and I love it. I might need to add it back after this. All right, we broke 500. There's no splat sound at the end expect to end though. That doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a splat sound. Sometimes just falling into an endless abyss is funny enough. Yes, Though I Miss. I also have the miss sound effect from Mario Party, so I can do this.
So I missed.
Though I've seen people say it's actually German. Yeah, he's saying So ein Mist, actually, but it sounds like Though I Missed. Enterprise is broken! Oh no, restraints closed shut. There aren't any restraints on Enterprises. They just lock you in a cage and they spin you around really fast. That's what those do. They don't have restraints. Your restraint is like the little metal bars on the side that lock you in the car. Your restraint is just holding on for dear life as you're spun around really fast. Kind of similar to a gravitron, but unlike a gravitron, Well, actually, Enterprises were pretty fun. My local park has one, and I remember riding it a lot with my brother growing up. But again, as an adult, where I can't stomach repeated forces over and over again like I used to as a kid, I'm not sure if I would like it again. In fact, no, I don't like it because I rode it recently, and I'm like, wow, this is awful now. And it's like, nope, I have gone past that stage of my life where spinning around in circles over and over and over again is fun. For me, it's not fun anymore. That's why I would probably not ride a Gravitron anymore today. Had to. We are really close to getting those bumper cars. Or go-karts, rather. Sorry. My bumper cars are right here, stupid. So where do my guests even go when they leave? This is a question that needs answering. Do they just go in wherever the heck this is? Hello. Guest number 0. We found the 0. The 534. Park S81. Huh, you were in there a long time. Clean 50 shops. Hooray, I did it. I got an achievement, even though I'm not purposely going for them. It's so nice that my benches are not being broken anymore. It's quite lovely, in fact. Nope, don't want to do that. Well, they're all pretty positive except for like decoration. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. That's a very good satisfaction rating. I still just need to get more people in. Do we have enough to do another ad campaign? I could do another ride attraction advertisement with a drop tower. We could do that. See how well that goes. Oh, there's 5 flags at the top of my launch tower. Am I a 5 flags park? Am I just not good enough to be a 6 flags park, so I'm a 5 flags park? Thanks, game. Appreciate that. Go-karts is now available. And look at all these tracks that are way too big and way too expensive to build here. North Pole Grand Prix. But some of these have relatively small footprints. Footprints. Surprised I haven't made that joke yet. Top spin is broken. Oh, no. Good thing my mechanic is on the job. And very reliable. And does their job. Reasonably well. Oh, listen to all that coinage. Listen to all that coinage. Listen to all those people giving their money to me. It's great. It's great. Lovely. Music to my ears, I tell you. And let's take a look at my Sharky Man. What's he up to? Yay! You say hi. You friend. He went high and he danced. Yeah, the details you notice when you really zoom in the game and on the character models. Hey, buddy, I need you to stay out of the queue lines. I need you to entertain all the peoples out here. You cute little Sharky. Hello. Oh, look at that guy being a nice patron and actually throwing away his garbage. I appreciate that. Ew! Ew! Gross! Nasty! Janitor, come here. Come here right now. Clean that up. Oh. Well, he beat you to it. You were too slow. So slow. One more time. Alright, let's do another park advertisement. Okay, I should probably do something more than just flyers. Let's do like have it. Let's take another loan. And we will do a social media campaign. Come on, come to my park, people. Come on, come to my park, people. Come on, come to my park. Just get in my park. Hey, look, they're coming to my park. You're really tired. You only spent $11, but you have so much money left. You have so much money that you can give to me. Come on, man. Now I kind of want to make a playlist out of carnival music to play, like Carnival Nights, the Cuphead Carnival stage. Any songs that are circus themed, like the Beatles being for the benefit of Mr. Kite. Huh. It would be interesting. I would probably play that on here, but I don't want to get copyright struck. Would like to avoid that, but yeah, that'd be an interesting theme for a playlist. Also, you could probably throw in the original Roller Coaster Tycoon theme into that, because that's actually a really good banger. I love the Roller Coaster Tycoon theme. It's one I used to listen to all the time and actually not play the game. It was kind of fun. It's kind of funny. Oh man. Oh man. I'm getting tired. We have been streaming for almost 4.5 hours now. What are you even watching, man? Watching the log flume. Just noticed that the log flume is clipping into this tree here. In my room, not on stream. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you were just referring to personal use for you. I'm just saying that, you know, I would do something like that on stream, but I probably shouldn't. You know, just to kind of, you know, fill in some dead air, if nothing else. Alright, we crossed the 600 mark. We're getting there. We do be getting theirs. Storage a supply of buns? Just use slices of bread like any other poor person does. I remember having to do that. Currently working on Twister. Is that a scrambler? I think that's a scrambler. Scramblers are usually pretty affordable. Alright, there's not a whole lot that really I could do here, so I'm just gonna fast forward and let it play out. Watch everything go by fast and go. Aah! Great, perfect. Well, I can speed that up. Ah, look at them go. It's like ants. Now it's just nice, calm, relaxing music as I just let watch my park do its thing. So how you guys doing? You guys having a good stream so far? Guys have any fun plans for the weekend coming up? Anything you're looking forward to? Something to look forward to this next upcoming week? Me, there's not a whole lot going on. I was originally going to go to my home park tomorrow for a thing. It's also my work's Lagoon Day, my company's Lagoon Day, where we take the day off and go to the park. Oh no! Enterprise is broken and was struck by lightning. Hooray! But at least it didn't freaking like explode or anything like that. Oh, my mechanic's already there. Good for him. Awesome. Yeah, but I'm not really particularly happy with my company right now, with my job. And it's like, I kind of don't want to associate with them or do anything with them at the moment. So I'm like, you know what? It's not worth it. So I'm not going to go tomorrow. So I'm not going tomorrow. So I don't know what I'm going to do instead. I guess we will... we'll see when the time comes. And then Sunday will be a stream again. And yeah, Sunday is going to be something completely different. It's going to be a brand new game. Well, brand new game, at least for the stream it's going to be. But it's a game I've been wanting to get to for a long time. I just never had the chance to. And I just thought, hey, might as well do it on stream. Why not? So, yeah, keep an eye out for that. For this upcoming Sunday for the premiere of a new game on stream. And it may or may not be related to a back-to-school thing. Alright, Twister is now available. Awesome. That's a not super great movie. But yeah. It is a scrambler. Alright, let's get that in here. Yeah, working on a drawing on the side, says Dan. Something completely different. Well, I'm gonna see John Cleese at GalaxyCon. Nice. John Cleese came to my local Comic-Con a couple times over the past few years. I never really had a chance to meet him. I've seen him, though. Like, I've seen him from afar, but I never actually went up to him to say hi. But that'll be fun. I hear he's a good guy. Alright, my social media campaign ended. Where are we at guest-wise? Ooh, we are so close. We are only 60 people away. Let's advertise Twister. It's a brand new thing. Go for it. It'll probably put me in debt, but you know we are in the home stretch. We are in the last stretch of getting to that goal of 800 guests, and we have 2 months left or 3 months left to do it. If we want to get the optional objective done. Since I still have some money to throw around, let's do another campaign. This time with the launch tower, because that one worked out pretty nicely. And this time we'll also do a television. A post on bumper cars went viral on social media. The Rebel have increased in customers for a time. Nice. Of course, as it starts to rain and thunder. That's always fun. That's always nice. I don't think we're going to make the goal of getting 800 within the first 2 years. So, oh well, but not the end of the world. We can still do it. Excellent. Just what I needed. More broken rides. More broken rides! 2 broken rides at the same time! I think my staff has a pretty good system going. Because everything's been pretty reliable so far. And everything's great except for decoration. Heartbreaker now available. Also, yeah, I'm totally not going to make that optional goal. Oh, we flipped it around. Interesting. Not sure if I'm actually too familiar with that ride model. Yeah, year 2's done. Stuck. Yeah, we got a sad face for that. But we're very close. We're 29 guests away. 29 guests away. Shorts and ride parts, safety will suffer. Yay, reliability problems. My favorite to deal with. Oh, we got 777. Do I win? Do I win? Do I win? No one freaking comes to the park when it's raining. Come on, game. We are 14 guests away. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Go away. Yay, we're a foodie. We sold 10,000 food products and made our guests fat. I call that a job well done. We dig dang did it. Diggity dig dang did it. Eight left. 8 more. got some overflowing trash. Janitor, come here. Oh, you didn't pick that. Ah, come on. Okay. Rain again! I know it's spring in game, but come on, guys. Oh, three more guests. Two more guests. There's a supply shortage of noodles. Noodles. Oh, Mr. Noodle. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Mr. Orange has my 800, and we did it. Hold the ghost for 100% completion for 3 weeks to win. And that's the thing. I think we're good on that front because my no, not you. My satisfaction rate is pretty high. It is 20% higher than it needs to be. So just need to sustain that for 3 weeks, and we are good. I don't have to worry about the 800 park tickets being dropping down because I already have those. Got those secure. I just need to keep up on my satisfaction or my overall park rating, which I think we can do pretty easily here. And we got it. We even have a nice little bar to even tell us how far along we are. Ah, crap. Now we have more vandals and crap. Right at the moment I was going to, you know. Nah, never mind. Right when I were about to, you know, win. Come on, bar, we're almost there, we're almost there, we're almost there. And so it begins. We did it! We did it! Yay! We did. Yay! Funny if it's not the guests destroying park property, the weather threatens to do it instead. Yeah, that's kind of how it happens. And we got all the confetti and all that wonderful, great stuff. Let's slow down for a second. But yes, we did it. We got the yay! We did the thing. Alrighty. Okay, now let us go ahead and manual save this. And for that, I think it is time to wind down for the stream for tonight. I'm actually gonna have the music for this continue to play off as we do our little outro and goodbye for the night. But yeah, we'll go back into here, ladies and gentlemen. That was National Roller Coaster Day, or rather, celebrating it with the Dargo. Yeah, roller coasters have always been a big passion of mine, and it really came back into full swing for me during the pandemic, actually. And probably because I was so deprived of something like that, that I just my interest just kind of came back to me. But it's something that I've always had as a kid, and National Roller Coaster Day has always just been a good opportunity for me to express my love for the arts, and for these structures. I've always been a fan and interested in kinetic motion and stuff that causes it. So that might be part of the reason why I was big into it. But yeah, thank you guys so much for for putting up with me tonight and for taking time out of your day to watch my stream. It really does mean a lot. I know I say it a lot every time I stream, but I just can't express how grateful I am for the fact that people take time out of their day to watch me, and it means the world to me. It gives me the motivation to keep going. Thank you all who supported, all the new follows for the raid, everything. It was awesome. It was a good time. Oh, when I went to Santa Cruz Boardwalk after COVID, it was such a big relief. Oh, I bet. I really, really bet. And ever since COVID, the theme park industry has just been growing. You know, people went to theme parks more than ever after COVID because, you know, people wanted to get out. But yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and wind down the stream for the night, and I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here, get this VOD downloaded, and maybe get it uploaded before I head to bed for the night. We'll see. But yeah, this has been a good stream. I had a good time. Hope you guys had a good time too. If you guys wish to support the stream at all, you know, there's always the bits available. You can subscribe or gift a sub to someone. That always helps. Any kind of support is always appreciated. It's always appreciated, never required, but always appreciated. I want to try and take this as far as I can take it. And I will be working more on the back end to make these streams more interactive, more entertaining, and, you know, actually taking advantage of the tools that Twitch now offers me with all the nice affiliates, features, and bonuses that I get. So, yeah. But do bear with me as I do make these adjustments and these changes. It's not going to be right away, but I will do the best that I can. Like I said, I'm a one-man show. Everything you see is all done personally by me. So I'm just trying to do my best. I'm trying to put on a decent show for you guys, and the fact that you guys still come out means a lot. And I wouldn't be here without you guys. I really wouldn't. But that's really all there is for tonight. So I will see you guys next time on Sunday for, like I said, for the premiere of a brand new game. Yeah, not brand spanking new like it just came out. Just a new game that we're going to be a new game for the stream. Hope you're looking forward to that. I will see you guys then. You guys can follow me on Twitter, as always, to keep up with my goings-on and everything. I'm also open to, like, any DMs. If you have any suggestions or tips on how to improve the stream, I'm always open to those. Let me know if there is anything, and I'll see what I can do. But anyways, I'm going to get out of here. I'm tired. It's late. And I got a full day of doing nothing tomorrow, so, you know, gotta get ready for that. Anyway, yep, had a good time. Thanks. Good to hear it, Dan. I'm glad you had a good time. Always appreciate you coming out. Really, really do. All right, guys, I'm out of here. You guys have a good night. You guys have a great weekend. I'll see you back here on Sunday. And until then, this is Scarneck, and peace and good night.